We ready to go, Michelle? Morning. I hope everyone got some rest and is ready to go for a full day on sustainability. We made some really good progress yesterday. I really appreciated the type of discussion, and I think that throughout, if people want to pause on a concept that they don't quite think we got right or don't quite understand, I think it's important to raise your hand, because we're trying to get a common understanding of concepts. Then it manifests itself in the proposals that are coming out of the task force. So going back almost to the two-step process, is understand it and then execute it on our understanding going forward. So today, I think the first thing we're doing is part 5, right? Planning. We have Isabel and Joanna up front, ready to present. I don't know, Lynn, if you'd want to make any introductory remarks before we turn to part 5.
No, I think we're ready.
Good. I think we know the drill at this point, as they say. So great work, team, to get us to this point. I think that's a common theme we're hearing throughout. Isabel, I turn it over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Bonjour. Let me introduce you to the world of part 5, which deals with planning. And later today, we will look also at part 8.1 on misstatements. Planning covers 3 important topics that we will discuss. The first one is aggregation and disaggregation. The second one is materiality. And the third one is the aggregation risk. But first of all, let me remind you where we started. So as for the other parts, the Sustainability Assurance Task Force has looked at IAASB 3000 revised, at IAASB 3410, and EER guidance as a starting point for the discussion. But we noted that IAASB 3410 has a quantitative focus. It has a quantitative focus because GHG emissions can be quantified. And you would remember that the biggest challenge identified in the project proposal in this area was around qualitative information. So 3410 did not have all the solution for us. We also noted that EER guidance had great material on qualitative items. So we brought several paragraphs from this EER guidance into the application material. And last but not least, the Sustainability Assurance Task Force has also looked at ISA 320 for how materiality was described, both for quantitative and qualitative information. So now let's move to our 3 important topics: aggregation and disaggregation, materiality, and aggregation risk. First, aggregation and disaggregation. We've already discussed it 2 days ago in the key principle and concept discussion introduced by Lynn. Part 5 is where these requirements are located. It is in paragraph 5L for limited assurance, 5R for reasonable assurance, and 6. And we will cover question 2B that was left aside 2 days ago on aggregation and disaggregation. Then, second important topic, materiality. So the Sustainability Assurance Task Force has first noted that the concept of materiality should be the same for both limited and reasonable assurance, as it is described already in paragraph A92 of IAASB 3000 revised. This is because materiality is based on the information needs of the intended users. In other words, what is material to intended users and impacts their decision does not change depending on the level of assurance. So you will see this highlighted in paragraph A15 of the drafting. Then regarding the work effort for materiality, the Sustainability Assurance Task Force noted various approaches under the existing IAASB standards regarding whether the practitioner or whether the auditor determines or considers materiality. We look back at the definitions in CUSP for determining and considering, and on balance, the Sustainability Assurance Task Force is of the view that determining materiality is appropriate for sustainability assurance engagement because of the importance of materiality in performing the engagement, which is the context of the needs of the intended user. And when we went back to CUSP, as a reminder, the definition for determine is to conclude or ascertain after reasoning, observation, etc. Determine does not need to equal to a material computation. Therefore, the Sustainability Assurance Task Force view is that it also applies to qualitative information in determining materiality. Then at which level should we determine this materiality? Materiality is determined at the planning stage for each disclosure, which is at the disaggregated level as we defined it 2 days ago. You will see that in paragraph 7 of the drafting. So this is the same disaggregation as the one we discussed in the key principle and concept. And we noted that given the varying nature of topics and aspects of the topics comprising the sustainability information, it may not be practical, it may be even impossible to determine materiality at an aggregated level in the same way the ISA requires the auditor to determine materiality for the financial statements as a whole. And this view was confirmed in the discussions we had with the reference group, who suggested that it's not possible in all cases to determine materiality for the information as a whole at the planning stage, and that the notion of materiality for the aggregated information is generally only relevant when evaluating the materiality of misstatements. Then moving to the third important concept, the aggregation risk. The Sustainability Assurance Task Force considered whether to include a requirement to determine performance materiality, similar to the ISAs and paragraph 21 of ISAE 3410. We noted that ISAE 300 revised does not include a requirement to consider or determine performance materiality, because it's not always possible to determine an amount lower than materiality for the various types of information covered by ISAE 3000 revised. We also spoke to the reference groups, and recognizing the feedbacks from the reference group, the task force does not believe that it would be appropriate to require a practitioner to determine performance materiality. Nevertheless, the Sustainability Assurance Task Force has emphasized the importance of considering aggregation risk for quantitative information at the planning stage, and in designing and performing procedures by explaining how aggregation risk may arise and how this may be considered by the practitioner. And you will see that in paragraph A30 of the drafting. So that was it for our 3 main topics. Joanna, do you want to add something?
Thank you, Isabel. And just on that last point on paragraph A30, I know when Lynn introduced this topic a few days ago, there were a few board members that did bring up that they would like to see more on performance materiality or didn't want to let that concept go, but also acknowledging it's not relevant all the time. So just wanted to point to A30 because it is acknowledged in that application paragraph. And if we, I guess, just wondering, from those who commented 2 days ago, was it that you wanted to see it in the requirements, or was what we have in A30 sufficient? Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. So let's now move to the questions. Tom, we are ready to go to the question 2C on aggregation and disaggregation that was left aside 2 days ago.
Okay. 2C, could we go back for that? I can't even remember what I did about it. 30 minutes ago. I think I went to Starbucks.
It's to be.
To be or not to be? Okay, to be. So does the board agree with how this approach has been reflected in 5L, 5R, and 6 of part 5? Expect some conversation on this. Josephine looks like she's itching to come in.
So I just wanted to respond to your question about the dealing with the aggregation risk. I understand that there are challenges and it may not be necessarily appropriate in all circumstances. So my preference would be to enhance it by bringing it back into the requirements, but then apply your consider cusp verb to that rather than always requiring it. So therefore, the practitioner has to be aware of the fact that aggregation risk may be relevant here, and therefore they should consider whether setting that level of materiality. So that would be my preference. And then I have some comments on the rest, but I thought I'd just start with that point. Thank you.
So your point relates to A30? Okay. We are asking questions more particularly on 5L, 5R, and 6, but happy to take any other comment.
Yeah.
So this brings us back, I think, 2 days ago. And I think I've made clear that I struggle with the way it was articulated, the way we disaggregate or aggregate. It's approached in a very theoretical manner, and also in light of non-practitioners, non-accountants practitioners needing to work with this. I am wondering whether we can just be more specific in what we mean. In 5, we do speak of disclosures. Is that disclosure in the term or in the sense of as defined or not? Because I also reflecting or coming back to that picture that you put up, which is hugely helpful for that. The disclosures that the practitioner will be most interested in will be the ones on the aspects of the topic. Well, that is describing how it's been measured and evaluated. So is there a sense that we can be more precise on that the disclosures in respect of the aspects of the topic, that is the level that at least the materiality needs to be determined on? And I have no problem with determine, but that is the level of I would just like to have a little bit more precision in there, such that the consistency in application could be helped. That's the and then that I think that is pretty much, that's my main point on I guess 2B, and also reflecting on how it's then used in 5L and R. And in respect of aggregation, because I fully understand that an aspect of a topic can be disaggregated further, because there may be more in respect of emissions, and don't disagree with that, but the starting point or a minimum level seems to make sense to me. Thank you.
Josephine, you saw your 10 card come up. Is it to come? Is that okay? Coyote. Okay, Bill. We'll give you a second, but Bill, if you want to come in, and then we'll come back. So you
look, I think mine's an easy one to answer, but I just need to ask it. 5L and 5R, you've talked about disaggregation, and the lead-in refers to disaggregation, but it's 5L refers to disclosures, 5R refers to each disclosure. Is that consistent? That's presumably meant to be consistent. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now Kai, I just wanted to give you a moment.
Thanks. No, I thought, good morning first. I thought we talked about, I would give a comment to requirement on the 7, but we're talking about the paragraphs 5L and 5R. In this, with respect to these paragraphs, there seem to be two different ways in which the term disclosures is being used. One's based upon the definition of disclosures relates to the information about the aspects of topics, and the other based upon paragraphs 5L little b and 5R little b relates to the disaggregation of this first meaning of disclosures. In my view, is really confusing. I suggest that when speaking of the disaggregation of disclosures, one speaks of the disaggregation of information within the disclosure for materiality purposes, etc. Thanks.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. It's just sort of from we're sort of having similar conversations, but in terms of 5L and 5R, I actually thought that was a good solution there by Kai. And also, we did talk about the fact that the first step surely has to be understanding how the entity goes about the process. So that to me is the missing requirement. First of all, what does the company do? What does the preparer do? Then it's the practitioner's step. So it's just a reminder if we can bring that into the requirements. Thank you.
Sachika.
Good morning, everybody. My question is on paragraph 6. I made a comment yesterday or day before yesterday about I was asked about a question about how the concept of aggregation works in the practice. And for example, the question that came to me when I read this paragraph 6 is that, does it mean that practitioner can determine the aggregation at the lower level than the practitioner's conclusion or not? I mean, if the aggregation means exactly the same as conclusion level, because sometimes the practitioner made different conclusion on each part. And if that's the case, is there any need that to say that OTA shall determine aggregation? And if that is not the case, what is the difference between disaggregation versus aggregation? That kind of theoretical question came to me. So maybe some kind of clarification about how this paragraph work may be helpful. Thank you.
Seems like it's really critical that we all understand what this is attempted to do and get the right level of clarity here, because this seems to be a very foundational concept, both for limited and reasonable assurance. Chung-Wei?
Thank you. Good morning. And probably similar to the point that Josephine just raised, I think following the conversation that we had, I can't remember what it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, that missing bit about what the entity is doing seems to be missing. So it's in the application material, but just wondering whether that should actually be elevated to a requirement. Thanks.
Thank you. Wendy?
I also can't remember when we talked about what, but I wanted to come in again on, I think I made a broad comment, maybe it was Tuesday, maybe it was Wednesday, about the confusion between the disclosures and the definition and the level of work. So I wasn't going to come in again, but since several others had already brought that up, I think that I had expected that comment to thread through all of the parts. And then the other thing I was wondering, and again, I'm not sure it's here, and I think we're trying to be framework agnostic, but do we need application guidance to provide a stronger link to considering the reporting framework, and not to name it, but just a reporting framework?
Okay. Julie?
Thank you. I struggled with some of the same things that have already been expressed, so I won't go into great detail, but one of my opening comments Tuesday was that there were some places in here where I thought we blurred the lines between what the practitioner needs to do and what actually the preparer needs to do. And this was one of the areas where I struggled because it felt like that practitioner was making decisions that I would have expected the preparer to do. And I think that's Josephine's point, which is we're missing something which is the first step is, do you understand how the preparer is actually prepared the information? And then you might consider disaggregation, because after having some other discussions about this, I think I understand it better now that this is just the way the practitioner would decide how to do their work, which didn't come clear to me in reading it. So if that's what we were trying to express, then I think we just need to fix up the words a little bit to get that across. I do have some notes throughout that says disclosure, sustainability information with some question marks beside them. So I know that's probably something the task force is going to look at throughout, which is making sure when we use terms, we're not confusing the terms. And I think I had the same issue with 6. So it was 5L, 5R, and 6. I had this sort of general issue with. On the performance materiality point, Joanna, you asked about, I think something like a conditional consideration, something that at least triggers the practitioner to think about it, would be better for me than just in the application guidance.
Seems like everyone's having sort of the similar points. It's just actually around going almost back to Edo's introduction on this the other day. It's sort of the clarity about who's doing what and when it's occurring. Edo.
Thank you. Yeah, just briefly wanted to come back on 6 because Sashiko triggered me on it. I was even wondering whether in planning the practitioner shall determine anything in aggregation. Well, I think that is, and I think there's parts in section 5, part 5, sorry, that are probably better placed in the evaluation part. I think we're complicating planning now with certain evaluation aspects, which will come much more natural once you have all the misstatements aggregated, etc. So I will send through the notes and I will indicate where we think that is. But in that sense, I don't think we need paragraph 6 at all here. I don't think it adds anything to the planning process. Thank you.
Billy?
Thank you, Tom. So just reflecting a little bit on the discussion we had on aggregation and disaggregation earlier in the week, and obviously now coming up in 5L and 5R again, I do agree that this is absolutely fundamental, because this is how, in my mind, the picture I see, this is how the auditor is going to slice and dice the audit. So it's very important that we get this right. And I've heard a few suggestions, so I'm just going to give my perspective, and I will immediately give Wolf the credit for the example that I'm going to use. Maybe that's a good thing or bad thing, we'll see. But I had a long discussion with Wolf about this yesterday as well, because I do think it is important that we make sure that we're all talking the same language here and that we all sort of have the same mental picture. So I'm going to explain it in this way, that, you know, if you think about the topics and aspects of the topics, I think we've already said that these things go hand in hand. You can't provide information about a topic without saying something about an aspect of a topic. The things are interrelated. So if you can picture in your mind a matrix where on the top hand you run climate, human rights, biodiversity, all the topics, and down the side you run risk and opportunities, governance, targets, all the different aspects of the topics. Each of the intersections between those two things is a disclosure. So if there's an intersection between risk and opportunities and biodiversities, that is a disclosure in the subject matter information. And that could be in the subject matter information, a page and a half of information about risk and opportunities related to biodiversity, which could address many different items, events, conditions, things about risk and opportunities and biodiversity. So for me, that is for me that is the first point where you have to stop, and that's why Ida, I know you suggested aspects of the topics, but for me then we lose something about that mental picture of the intersection. It's those two things that come together, and that's the disclosure. That's the disclosure that you're going to perform procedures on. What I do recognize, and I think that we saw that in the previous discussion, I think the definition of disclosures is causing an issue. And yes, we can sort that out, but let's assume that that's our first stop, and that's the disclosures. Now, for me, and Kaihuve, you suggested that we should look at the disaggregation in terms of the information in the disclosures. But when I look at what we have in 5L and 5R, which basically comes down is that we want to know what this mental picture is going to be in terms of how we approach the assurance engagement, in terms of materiality, risk of material misstatements, as well as evaluation of misstatements. I think that picture applies at different levels. If you think in terms of determining materiality, I think it applies at that level where that intersection is, and that's the disclosure. And at the level of the disclosure, you determine materiality. But when you get to risk of material misstatements, you have to look at the information in the disclosures. And then when you look at the evaluation of the misstatements, it's both, because you're going to identify misstatements in terms of the information in the disclosure, but you also have to take it up to the level of the disclosure. And then the last thing is the points that Josephine and they made is I do think it's then very important that the factors that you consider in terms of creating this map that you're going to use would include things like, what does the applicable criteria say about this? How did what was the entity's process to determine this? And then obviously, like we have in the same type of notion we have in ISO 600, the assurance practitioner could decide also to group things in a certain way, but the starting point is what management has. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Let's focus on, since we all want to have a common understanding, then it's about executing on this understanding. Any reaction to Vili's description? Natalie.
Yeah, so thanks, Vili. And I think that was a lot of the thinking we'd had at the task force when we had the task force discussion. One of the things that also came up in the task force discussion was that we were trying to provide flexibility for the circumstances of the engagement and not necessarily prescribe what that level of disaggregation needs to be across every single engagement. So we were trying to give some flexibility for the circumstances because there are so many different types of sustainability information being reported and scopes of engagements and so on. So I think that's just also something to throw out there. You know, do we want to be more prescriptive in terms of what the level is so that that's consistent across engagements, or do we want to give a bit more flexibility for the practitioner to exercise judgment about what's the right level of aggregation in the circumstances?
Yeah, and Natalie, I fully appreciate that we need to have flexibility because we're dealing with a wide variety of information here. But all I'm saying is at the principal level, in the end, all we're dealing with is you've got information that consists of disclosures, and there are information in disclosures. That's it. And it's you want to assure the disclosures. You can't have subject matter information as a whole because the disclosures don't necessarily relate. They don't have a relationship or interrelationship or anything like that. So that's what. So I do believe. All I'm saying is that we can't. What we have now is not working. We can't say determine the appropriate disaggregation because nobody knows what we mean. And I'm trying to get us to a point where we get to a common understanding.
Right, and then it's a drafting exercise as a result. Okay, Eric, you had your TED card up. I just want to make sure that I'm sure it's germane to this discussion. So bring you in, and then Lynn, and then Diane.
And Claire has also raised her card, so.
Oh, okay. Claire, and then after Diane, Claire, you can come in.
Who's speaking? Me? Okay. I just wanted to say that I had the same point as Edo in regard to paragraph 6 and wondered if it should really be moved further down in the process around the evaluation of misstatements, because we were struggling with it in the planning section.
Okay. Matrix is somehow magically appeared on the screen. Magic. Len,
I'll wait till everybody else has been through.
Diane?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think, Willie, how you described it here is what we were thinking. Disclosure is the starting point. The other next level down is also important, which is the characteristic, right? And that's where the auditor is going to really challenge that risk and material misstatement. If we're dealing with scenario analysis, it's an estimate, right? So it's going to have a high level of concern versus just a factual numerical disclosure. And so that's the start, and now becomes the skill and the judgment of the auditor as to how to further break those down so they can bundle up their work, set their materiality, set their appropriate risk. So I just wanted to not lose sight of the characteristic that's sitting below the disclosure, which will come into play.
Claire?
I just wanted to flag that we put up Wolf's matrix to help everyone's understanding. Thanks.
Thanks, Claire. Bill?
I put my card up when there was sort of silence to your question about Vili's explanation. The matrix and Vili's explanations, excellent.
Thank you. Sue?
So I was also going to say, I think the Vili, your explanation was really helpful. How we capture that and sort of fine tune it into a small number of words is probably the challenge. But that made a lot of sense to me. The diagram is helpful as well. I've had a number of similar comments to others, so I won't necessarily repeat. But things like the what the preparer does before the practitioner, and the piece about performance materiality being relevant in certainly in some circumstances. So encourage thought there. And I actually just wanted to come back on the comment on paragraph 6, because while I agree that the determination and what have you is relevant at the later stage, there is also the need to understand what the level of aggregation might be in planning the procedures for that. So it's I feel that if we took it out, we would potentially lose something. But it may be that it's an understanding rather than a determining.
Julie?
Willie, can I just get you to clarify one thing for me? I liked your explanation, by the way. The 3 steps that we have right now in 5L and 5R, sorry, were you suggesting those are all performed? Good timing. I just want to clarify because you mentioned the disclosure level and potentially a level below the disclosure level. And so did you mean that those 3 steps, materiality, identifying risks, and evaluating misstatements, could happen at both levels, or were some of them just distinct to one level? So is materiality at the disclosure level and potentially some disaggregated level, or is materiality usually at the disclosure level, but risk could be at one level lower? I just want to clarify.
And so let me incorporate what Diane said as well, because I do think it's important. So you have a disclosure and you have information in the disclosure. And that information in the disclosure could also have different characteristics. As Diane said, it could be historical information, forward-looking information, whatever the case may be. For me, the one that in my mind is non-negotiable is the risk of material misstatement. That has to take place at a lower level than this. That has to take place in respect of the information in the disclosure. But I can see a situation where your materiality may be set at this level and maybe even at a lower level, or in certain cases only at this level. And then obviously where you set your materiality, that's also where you're going to consider your evaluation of your misstatements.
Right, because I was concerned that we were getting to a point where we were going to start disaggregating materiality, which I think is complicated, right?
Okay, so my sense here is that the words today on the page matter less because there's going to be significant redraft in here. It's about understanding what we're trying to accomplish here, and then it'll come back. So I don't want to get us all tied up in what paragraph 5L and 5R says right now. I really am more focused on getting the board to say, do we agree to the general description? We could have a multimedia standard, Billy, where we click on your explanation in video form. But Lynn?
Yeah, I just went back and had a look at the guidance because this felt like deja vu to me. And we had the conversation, the conceptual conversation about aggregation and disaggregation. But when we did the final wording, in most cases, we deleted aggregation and disaggregation because conceptually they're useful. But when it comes to going out to practitioners, you need to put it into plain English so people can take it through. So I just wanted to put that on the table, that at this stage, we're at the conceptual level. The wording that eventually goes into the standard probably has to be cleansed in a way that practitioners can use it in a sensible way. Performance materiality is actually covered in the EER guidance too, and we can lift it out. I mean, what I'm hearing from people is a clear picture that we should elevate it to a requirement. We've got the words, we can do that relatively easily. Equally, we can do entity materiality, that front end, relatively easily. So all of that, but fundamentally, we keep coming back to something, and it's flowing through the whole standard, is to be very clear on the roles of different parties. And currently, we are vague in some cases about what is the preparer's job, what is the practitioner's job, and we've blurred them. And I think a lot of the confusion we're getting is around that role problem. So we need to really work on that as it flows through. What I'm not hearing at present is one of our major priorities is limited and reasonable. And I would like to hear people's opinion in this area, whether we've got the difference between limited and reasonable for planning. Is it appropriate or isn't it? So I just not hearing that conversation at present. I know we've done a lot on aggregation and disaggregation and roles, but if we could just focus on limited and reasonable, I think it would be useful at this point.
But to do that, I suggest we move to question 12, because that's one of the question, to question 11, sorry, that's one of the elements of question 11.
Okay. Shall we?
Sorry, I raised my card a little bit late, but I just wanted to, first of all, Lynn, thanks for that summary, and looking forward to the task force, doing your magic to plain Englishify the aggregation, disaggregation bit. But I just want to add on to the discussion around paragraph 6. While I understand the rationale behind what Ado has suggested about removing it, I'm sort of in what Sue has mentioned. I thought that visual image is important in the planning stage, so maybe it's the wording that needs to be softened, or you could even maybe consider putting it as part of application material. But I thought it would be important for the practitioner to have that visual image. And I omitted to mention my my thoughts around 830. I also thought that it should be elevated to a requirement as well. Thanks.
Okay, Josephine?
Thank you. Lynn, you were asking about 5L and 5R. And so, yes, if looking at them now, subject to other conversations we've had, I think they're pitched at the right level. My only concern is 5L little b, but I think we have to have that discussion in the risk assessment part. So subject to what we discuss in that section too. Otherwise, I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, Joanna?
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to come in on paragraph 6 quickly because I know Sashiko asked a question when she raised that paragraph, and there's been some different suggestions. The intention when the task force discussed it was, like Sue described, was to have in mind at the planning stage what might be considered a misstatement, so that while you're doing your work, you could be kind of aware of that. And we did not intend for it to be at some level lower than your conclusion. You were supposed to have the conclusion in mind. So I just wanted to address that question.
Okay. Anyone else? Back to you, back to the team.
So now you see on the screen question 11. I think we dealt with A and C already. We dealt with B and C already. Maybe if there's any other comments on point A, and also on question 12, so the reference to aggregation risk. Many people have already commented on that. It's paragraph A30, but if there's anything else on these questions, and when it will be done, we will then move to paragraph 8.1, to section 8.1. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, very quickly. I am happy with the approach of materiality being the same for limited, reasonable, etc. And I thought Josephine's suggestion of bringing performance materiality in as a consideration into the requirements was a very good idea. Thank you.
Anyone else here? Okay. No other card to see up? Okay, sorry.
I have a comment to requirement number 7. We had a lot of discussion with our stakeholders, and based on this discussion, I'm not convinced or that using the word determine in relation to the consideration of materiality for sustainability information is appropriate under the CASP conventions. In my view, in most cases, disclosures represent largely narrative, qualitative information for which neither a quantitative materiality can be determined in advance of this consideration of risk, nor is it possible in most cases to determine qualitative benchmark for materiality in advance of risk consideration. It would also be, in my view, impossible to document what materiality was determined in these cases. This might be different when a disclosure is quantitative, for example, key performance indicators, in which case a quantitative materiality level can be determined in advance. In these cases, of narrative, qualitative disclosures, the most that practitioners can do, in my view, would be to consider what might be material in the back of their minds, and then to apply that consideration when performing the risk identification and assessment for reasonable assurance and their risk consideration for limited assurance. Only when the responses to risk have resulted in misstatements, it is possible to determine whether narrative, qualitative misstatements are material or not. For this reason, using CASP principles, the word consider should be used rather than determine. That's my view. Thanks. Ty?
Thank you. It's around the same point and coming down to consider rather than determine on some of this, because of the concept is so different than what we're used to in financial information, since it's, as you said, qualitative materiality and difficult to see how that would be set up front. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. I'm still struggling to remember what has been discussed and where we are, but 11A, that was the precise question that was being asked, I believe. So I think 5L and 5R, the approach is fine. I think what we've learned in this discussion is we just need to get clarity in the disclosures versus sustainability information versus characteristics versus aspects versus topics. And I think once that threads through properly and there's clarity on that, including what Diane and Billy said earlier, this will be fine. This doesn't need to be touched. It's the other things. Thanks.
Josephine?
So I just wanted to lend my support for the determination in paragraph 7. I think it's perfectly appropriate to determine even for qualitative measures. At the back of one's mind is still a determination in my view. So I would like that to remain as it is. Thank you.
Okay. Sue?
I would also support remaining with determining. I've followed the discussion, but I think if we took that out, that it would or brought it right down, it would weaken significantly. And in response to your question, again support the same for both limited and reasonable.
Anyone else have a strong view on consider or determine? I think there's a lot of drafting that's going to continue to go on here. So we've noted the sensitivities on a couple sides, and we'll come back up. But obviously the task force was happy with determine. We've had a few people around the table that were happy with the determine. I'm guessing this won't be the last time whether we consider to use the word determine. But I do think that it goes back to almost the way Wendy described it. There's lots of things that are going to follow on from the previous discussion. So let's not get so focused on the words in detail right now. Okay, Isabel, Joanna?
So yeah, maybe some few words of summary of what we heard. So we heard that there was a lot of confusion around the word disclosures, and that's something we will work on. We have been asked to add more on what is the responsibility of the preparer. So of course we cannot have a requirement for the preparer. Standard can only have requirements for the practitioner. But at least we can add more on the understanding of what the preparer is doing, and that's something we will look at. We have also heard some comments on performance materiality and the need to a little bit upgrade what we currently have. And also some debate on whether we should move paragraph 6 elsewhere. But I think on balance, that was more support to keep it here, because you need to have in mind already how you will assess the misstatement at the time you plan the work. So as a reminder, it's a first read of a document. So of course, a lot of elements have still to be fixed, and we will work on the wording. But I hear also a lot of support, for example, the fact that materiality is the same for limited and reasonable assurance, and for many other fundamental elements that we have in this part. So of course, we will work on it and come back at the next board meeting with a revised version. And now, if you agree, we can move to part 8.1. So part 8.1 is about misstatement. And as an introduction, I will focus on the level of the evaluation of misstatement. And as you can see on the slide, there's a level for each disclosure and a level for disclosures in aggregate. So again, where did we start from? As for the other parts, we looked at ISAE 3000 revised, ISAE 3410 and EER guidance as the starting point. And as with materiality, one of the key challenge is that we have qualitative information and also information that is of dissimilar nature. So it's a challenge in evaluating misstatement in sustainability assurance engagement. So we have included application material to explain consideration first when we accumulate and evaluate misstatement for qualitative disclosure, which is not something not easy to do. So you will find that in paragraph A18 to A20 of part 8.1, and much of it is not new. It's coming from the EER guidance. So it's something that has been already deliberated in length by the board. The second point we did is that in aggregating the misstatement when they relate to aspects of topics or topics and are not comparable. And you will see that in paragraph A6 of part 8.1. And we also looked at how ISA 450 deals with both qualitative and quantitative misstatements. Then if we look at the level at which misstatement should be evaluated, so we considered that, and the proposal is that the practitioner would evaluate misstatements, and you will see that in paragraph 8 of part 8.1, first for each disclosure, and then for the disclosure in aggregate, so which is what you see on the slide. For each disclosure, for example, in performing procedures on the disclosures for work-related injuries, the practitioner may identify more than one misstatement, and then the practitioner will determine whether the disclosure work-related injuries is materially misstated by evaluating the individual and combined effect of the identified misstatements on that specific disclosure. Then, second step for the disclosures in aggregate. So let's imagine that the practitioner is providing a conclusion in the assurance report on whether the sustainability information related to occupational health and safety is prepared in all material respects in accordance with the applicable criteria. Accordingly, the practitioner will determine whether all the misstatements related to the topic of occupational health and safety, including the misstatement identified regarding work-related injuries, are material. So that's the two levels of consideration in the evaluation of misstatement. So that being said, we can move to the questions, and to start with question 13.
Okay, just question 13. Or do you want to do them all in aggregate?
We can do 13 and yes, let's do 13 because 13 deals only to 8.1, and then 14 and 15 are more overall and deal with both 5 and 8.1.
Okay, we're just going to do question 13 now. Does the board support the levels at which misstatements are evaluated? Paragraph 8. Okay, if no cards are raised, the answer to that question will be yes. Okay, that one is a resounding but silent yes. Okay, should we go to 14 and 15 now?
So 14 is overall on part 5 and 8.1 on how we dealt with qualitative materiality, qualitative misstatement, and how to aggregate misstatement. And then 15 is a more overall question on both parts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ada.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, I think by and large, it is sitting at an appropriate degree of specificity. I've mentioned that some parts in planning may better be situated towards the evaluation level. There's also parts in here that I think would be better in part 3 because there's a level of repetition there. And I think once you read them after each other, it becomes a bit more apparent. Something I've been struggling with in my head, and this is more at the overall topic that we're discussing, because I understand the matrix and the disclosures and determining materiality. So here are 2 separate engagements. One only deals with 2 topics and the other deals with all the topics. So the way I now understand it is that the materiality that is being set at that disclosure level will not differ in both engagements. And that's a question. And once I get the answer, I'll follow on.
Okay, let's follow this question up. What
was task force thinking?
Yes. So does someone want to respond to Edo?
I think when we were debating it, it was trying to provide that flexibility depending on what your conclusion was in the engagement.
Okay, I'll then follow on. Because the underlying problem that I have with this is that if 2 comparable entities, one only does an assurance report on 2 topics, whereas the other one has all of the topics covered by the assurance report. And could we be in a situation where the entity that has all of the sustainability topics covered by the report provides assurance at a lesser level of specificity than the one that only deals with the 2 KPIs, where I would think, well, we would be in favor of all the topics being covered by the assurance, but not if it suddenly brings in aggregation type aspects where misstatements at this topic level are evaluated differently if it's only these 2 topics versus the entire sustainability information. Because from a double materiality point of view, we need to look at stakeholders, and the stakeholder in either entity that has pollution next to his house will be equally interested in both. That individual does not have a different aggregation level at which misstatements are going to be evaluated. I'm not sure if I'm being very articulate in how I can bring this across, but thank you.
Any reaction from the task force on that? Or is it something to ruminate on?
I think it's something we already discussed, but we need to think further. It's not easy because it depends on the circumstances, and building requirements around that. It's not an easy task because we will always find another example in which the answer will be different, but it's something we need to further discuss.
Diane?
Yeah, I think, I don't know if Wolf would be proud of me for saying this, but I think it comes a little bit back to rational purpose of the engagement. Is he smiling? Is he no, he's not. Damn you, Wolf. But I do think there are different engagements. I am sympathetic to the proposal and the question that you're asking, but they are different engagements. And if the auditor believes there's a rational purpose, then they are signing on to execute an audit that is only opining on 2 metrics versus opining on 20 metrics. So I think it is a facts and circumstances situation.
Sorry. Oh, Warren. Please come in.
Just to iterate the point, I mean, if you've got 2 entities and they really are comparable, then why would entity 1 only have 2 topics being assured, whereas entity 2 would have all of the topics being assured? So I agree fully with Diane. It looks like there is a rational purpose problem here. But let's give the benefit of the doubt and assume further that entity 2 is in a country where it must have all of the topics assured, and entity 1 has got some flexibility, so that we don't have a rational purpose problem. If we were to go back to that slide with the matrix on it, showing us all the little segments, entity 1 and entity 2 is like a Venn diagram, intersect on whatever those two topics are. And in my mind, it's perfectly conceivable that these two engagements, albeit carried out by two different people, could end up with materiality, and for that matter, risk assessment, which we'll talk about a bit later, being identical for those two topics if the entities are indeed comparable. And what would then vary are all of the remaining topics where the practitioner might aggregate and disaggregate in a different way for engagement number 2. But for engagement number 1, it would be a moot point because you've only just got those two particular topics. So I actually, Ado, don't think that there is a problem.
Ado.
Well, I'm glad you're saying explaining it in that way, Warren. Well, because I think we're aligned as to the level of precision where you determine materiality and execute the work. Where I'm concerned is at the evaluation level, because suddenly you have misstatements all over the place, which you need to consider in the aggregate. And to what extent would you then say, well, this level of waste that was missed in A versus B, well, we can pass on that because if I think of all of that's what disclosed, we can leave that. And so it's probably much more at the evaluation and, well, what you guys have called aggregated level that I'm struggling with, to what extent that is actually aggregatable. And the less it is, the less, of course, you need performance materiality. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I think we have to recognize that we are setting or determining materiality at the disclosure level. And so if you find misstatements, that's the level you're looking at the statements. And so it doesn't matter whether you're aggregating or not in terms of your conclusion. If you have a disclosure, that's where you're looking at the misstatement. And so the additional consideration about aggregation is only in relation to the fact that while something may not be material in the sense of, for that particular disclosure, maybe it has a greater impact when looking at the whole. So I don't think you would ever have the situation where company A is doing 2 disclosures and company B is doing a lot of disclosures, and and they have the same misstatement in one of the disclosures, that you're going to end up saying, well, it's not material in one and not material in the other with respect to the disclosures. I think the issue is more about the aggregation. Perhaps I misunderstood your problem or your issue.
Maybe to put it in a different way, the thought that came up as we were discussing this now, it is similar to thinking in a financial statement audit that something will be material individually or in aggregate. So once you've identified it as material at that level of the disclosure, it's material, and you will have to then qualify your report. And what we're saying is, if the opinion is on the information as a whole, then you will also consider individual misstatements in aggregate.
Lynn?
Yeah, having done many of these reports in the aggregate, I think you're right that the issue is when you aggregate them all up, because whilst the disclosure of taking health and safety, it may have a material error in terms of that disclosure. When you look at the whole lot, you're going, really? So I think there is an issue in here in terms of the part and the whole. And I think we need to consider that further because I think theoretically they should be the same. I think the reality is different. So I think we need to think about it further.
Edo is thinking about it further. That's the way to go. I think in principle, it sounds like people were accepting the logic, but it's sort of how this practically is stated in the document. Okay. I think we can move on for that. I wanted to let that discussion run a little bit. Josephine, you have comments on 14 and 15?
Not nearly as exciting as the last conversation. Apologies. So yeah, I just want to say that I think the task force have done a great job here. I think there are some editorials in here we need to pin down in terms of sometimes we've used the word disclosure here when we actually do mean the misstatement, not the disclosure. I think, Lynn, your point about issue of aggregate them all up and then you see you've got a problem. I thought that was in here. So because I heard what Wolf was saying, that's here, and I just heard what you were saying. So maybe it is just a matter of it's not being articulated clearly enough, but I think it is there. But anyway, just generally just more editorials. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Josephine, you saying that you had no real problems with it is pretty exciting. Yeah. Okay, back to you.
Okay, so we are at the end of part 5 and part 8.1. So as I said, we heard many comments from the board that we will deal with and that we will resolve in the drafting. But overall, I think the key takeaway I take is that the board agrees with most of the important topics that were addressed in this part, and more particularly the difference between limited and reasonable assurance, and many other fundamental topics that were dealt with in this part. So thank you, everybody, and I will leave the floor to the next one.
Thank you to you both, Isabel and Joanna, and the task force for it. I think your summary, obviously there'll be a bit of work through on paragraphs 5 and 6 right now, but I think at least it was good that we came to a reasonably common understanding of those points. Lynn?
Yeah, can I add my thanks? And this was the heart of aggregation and disaggregation, and was an incredibly difficult section to put together. So the fact that this discussion has proceeded how it is a real credit to both of you, and thank you very much for your phenomenal work in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're setting ourselves up for part 6, where Warren and Susan are joining. Warren, fill up that teacup. Yeah, I see. That's good. He's ready to go. Susan?
Could you move to the front of the table, please, Warren?
We'll put it up in big pictured right up there. Warren's hovering over your right shoulder. What type of tea, Warren?
It's actually coffee.
Coffee, okay.
The tea starts at 5:30 in my side of the world. All right, Susan, I
Whenever
can't see you, so just let me know when I can start.
Yeah. You're good. Since she's not talking into the microphone, you can either see her or hear her.
All right, you can go ahead, Warren, and I have the clicker, so just let me know when to flip the slides.
Okay, brilliant. So sorry I can't be with everyone in person, and I know this is a bit awkward. I'm also aware of the fact that I've been blown up to enormous size on that television screen, which I think is quite hideous. So for practical purposes, I'm going to be taking you through the risk assessment part of of ISSA 5000. You'll be delighted to know that this is the last part of a very large pack, which you had to work through. I'll work through the slides, and then since I can't see the majority of you, I'm going to hand over to Susan for the question and answer session. And in the interest of brevity, I'll just sort of chip in on the responses where absolutely necessary. So that's the plan of action on this one. I'll work fairly briskly through these slides because many of the core issues and topics and problems have already been debated yesterday and in the first part of the discussion this morning. So I don't want to repeat the points, but at the same time, I don't want to sort of leave anything out. So on this slide, we've got our sort of detailed evaluator. Since she's our chairperson, I imagine that this lady here with the magnifying glass is actually Lynn. And the brief given to Team Susan was to make sure that the differential between the reasonable assurance engagement and the limited assurance engagement was sufficiently clear from the point of view of the practitioner who's now trying to work through this particular engagement, and of course in the context of dealing with risk of misstatement. And Susan and I would like you to pay particular attention to this scale and tell us if we got it right. Do you agree that the work effort for the reasonable assurance engagement is higher than for the limited assurance engagement? And do you think that the scale is tilted appropriately? That's really the theme that's going to be taking us through this particular part of the presentation. Now, our risk story begins with an understanding, and I think that that's largely axiomatic. We need to get an understanding of subject matter, entity, its environment, applicable criteria, and Susan and I will go into more detail on the components or the parts on which we need to get an understanding in the next few slides. But suffice to say that at this stage, you have this understanding of the engagement context, and that understanding is pretty much going to be identical, whether it's a reasonable assurance engagement or a limited assurance engagement. In our mind, what differs at this stage is the work effort, the purpose for which we have gained the understanding. And as indicated under each of the scales with the appropriate words highlighted, for a limited assurance engagement, we want to identify disclosures. So that's important. In keeping with what we've heard from the last few sessions, we're still focused on the disclosure as our unit of analysis. We want to identify those disclosures in the sustainability information where we think that risks of material misstatement are likely to arise. And once we've done that, we want to take it to the next step and then design some further audit procedures. Now, the logic behind this is informed by what we already have in ISRE 2400 and ISAE 3000. And the reason why we've chosen to place an emphasis on those two standards when it comes to this concept of the areas where the misstatements might occur is really because of the broad applicability of both of those standards in contextualizing and informing the operation of limited assurance engagements, albeit in different contexts. And we think that that context can probably be extended without too much of a stretch to deal specifically with sustainability assurance. Now, we were mindful of the fact that ISAE 3410 has a slightly more refined approach to the limited assurance engagement. It talks about specifically focusing on risk of material misstatement rather than this overall areas or parts of the disclosures where misstatements are likely to arise. But we chose not to go with that more refined approach for the limited assurance engagement in ISSA 5000. We thought that that was best suited to a reasonable assurance engagement. Now, we placed the emphasis on 2400 and 3000 in general rather than 3410, largely because of the fact that the approach we felt is more applicable here to a broad type of engagement, bearing in mind that 3410 is very specific to greenhouse gas emissions. 3000 tends to be the go-to standard, and 2400 tend to be the go-to standards for articulating reasonable limited assurance, as I've already said. And the approach, of course, aligns very nicely with both the assurance framework and the feedback which we've been receiving from the two focal groups, and then the additional research which has been done to back all of that up. Now, one of our members didn't agree with that approach, and that dissenting opinion will be dealt with in a moment or two. But for now, just to sort of crystallize it, areas, of course, or those disclosures where misstatements are likely to occur. So that's the reason why we've gained the understanding in the limited assurance. And the reference here is paragraph 1L, in our part 6. Now, if we contrast this to the reasonable assurance engagement, here we are still focusing on disclosure. So it builds on all of those points about aggregation and disaggregation that we've just debated. I'm not going to repeat that content or give you my opinion on that, but we're still focusing on specific disclosures. But now we want to address the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level for each disclosure. So it's a step further than 3410, which just talked about risk of material misstatement for limited assurance. We've sort of added on that additional issue of you need to focus on the assertion for the disclosure. And that aligns, of course, with both ISAE 3000 and the general approach in ISO 315. And again, we want to go through this exercise of designing further audit procedures in response to that risk of material misstatement, now specifically at the assertion level. You will notice that in our slide, our evaluator with her understanding magnifying glass is again focusing on disclosures to avoid complexity, and in keeping with this whole distinction of disaggregated assessments for materiality and so on in the planning stage, we don't actually make any reference here to the sustainability information as a whole. And again, this was one of the key takeaways which we had from the different reference groups and research outreach which has been dealt with to date. And that more or less provides the broad context in which we are trying to gain an understanding, the rationale for gaining that understanding, and how Susan and I think the understanding varies between the limited assurance engagement, the blue scale, and the reasonable assurance engagement. So without being able to see Susan, whether she's smiling or frowning, I'm now going to pass over to her just to check if there are any additional points she'd like to raise. And then Susan, if you can also introduce question 16 to the board.
Oh, yes, I'm smiling. So yes, there was only one other or two other points I'd like to make. Warren alluded to the fact that that this allowed for a broader approach to limited assurance engagements with respect to the purpose of our understanding. We're not suggesting that 3410 should then be narrowed, but we are suggesting that in the future, when we have additional standards, we may choose to have more specificity in standards for specific topics and keep the broader approach for other topics. So that was, looking forward, we thought a more flexible approach would be helpful. And we also thought that it was helpful to have a distinguishment between limited and reasonable assurance engagements. And this is one place to distinguish between the two. So with that, I guess, I have to flip the slides. I'd like to pose the first question, which is on the slide.
Do we want to bring Wolf in now with his dissenting view?
Yes, no, not really, but I'm sorry, Wolf, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you, Susan. The first point of clarification I'd like to make is that a limited assurance engagement under 3000 is not a review engagement. Review engagements are performed only in relation to historical financial information and our limited assurance engagements under the framework. But other limited assurance engagements under 3000 are not review engagements, which is why we didn't call them that. So 2400 is really not a relevant consideration. Now, it is true that the minimum requirements for limited assurance engagements in 3000 drew on 2400. That only relates to the minimum requirements, not what ought to be required for particular types of limited assurance engagements. Now, ISA 3000 clarifies that the procedures performed in limited assurance are planned to obtain a meaningful level of assurance. And it also clarifies that across all the range of limited assurance engagements, it could be from just above inconsequential to just below reasonable assurance. So there's a range depending upon the type of limited assurance engagement you're in. And what's meaningful depends upon particular circumstance. And there's factors that ISA 3000 gives you to consider when you're in a meaningful level of assurance. And so 3410 moved beyond 3000 for very good reasons. In fact, 3000 also clarifies in some cases the only meaningful level of assurance is reasonable, and that's what was done for 3402. Now, 3410 requires a risk identification assessment for limited assurance. And I think the main reason why one went beyond what's in 3000 is because the various sources of emissions are largely independent of one another. Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, or even within Scope 1. This is unlike historical financial statements where you have relationships within a particular financial statement like the balance sheet or within the income statement or between the statements. And so analytical review procedures and inquiry are actually quite effective, but they're not in a sustainability context because each of the cells, you would recall our little matrix, are largely independent of one another. And so as a result, in my view, looking where material misstatements are likely to arise in terms of the disclosures is not going to be very effective in detecting material misstatements. I think that the acceptable level of risk is not low enough. And therefore, I think it would be in the public interest to have a higher level of limited assurance by requiring a risk identification and assessment of the information within the disclosures. So those are my views, and I'd like to add one additional point, which is somewhat jurisdiction specific. These engagements will also be applied, the limited assurance engagements, to things like the taxonomy, the EU taxonomy. And we're talking about billions of euros of investment decisions. And so I think the level at which we pitch limited assurance is very important in this context, given that we expect the European Union hopefully to adopt this standard. So I just wanted to bring that political dimension in there as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's actually always helpful to hear the contours of the debate within the task force. I don't know if Lynn or Warren or Susan want to comment on, like, obviously this was robustly debated within the task force, and ultimately, I think, Warren, you alluded to in your excellent introduction, why haven't heard that you still landed on where you landed. So it may be worth just reminding people once again in a short form of how you considered Wolf's strong argument and why you landed where you landed in terms of, this goes back to the scales, right? Whether you got it right.
Can I come in there? Can I come in there on a process issue? Wolf wasn't at the task force, so the debate was largely by email. So to say we had a rigorous task force discussion on this would be untrue because of that. So that means we've landed on a position. We agreed to have a dissenting thing, but all task force members will come in here with any opinions they have, and including drafting team and staff, because this is really our opportunity to debate it as well.
Yeah, and I think it's really good that you've made it transparent that there's a different point of view, because I guess the board becomes your task force on this issue as well.
And I think it would be useful to hear from Warren and Susan the counter opinion before we start the question.
Right. Warren, Susan.
Right, I'll go first, and then Susan, I don't know if you want to maybe chime in first and then over to me.
Well, I felt like we kind of presented our opinion already, unless there's something else you'd like to emphasize.
Yeah, I think it would, Warren, if you go back to like highlighted the specific points of how you were thinking of this and why you made the choice that you did.
So I'll just iterate the points again as to how we arrived on this, and then I'll add a small sort of additional comment in response to Wolf's point. So we were very mindful of the fact that 3410, as Wolf has pointed out, offers a robust approach to risk assessment. And we appreciate that the work effort is a higher one and will provide a more refined analysis of risk. But we'd also noted that ISAE 3000 probably provides the better framework because, like this type of engagement we're dealing with here in the ISSA 5000, we are dealing with a broad range of topics and aspects of topics. We are sympathetic to Wolf's points, but we note that when it comes to 3410, you're ultimately dealing with a very narrow range of issues, basically greenhouse gas emissions, and it becomes practical there to identify risks of misstatement rather than go this broader approach as proposed in the slides. We also think that to try and create a situation where in some cases you're identifying risks of misstatements when the topic is sufficiently specific, but then if the topics are broader, to go with this sort of broader approach would probably just add an unnecessary complexity into the whole risk assessment process. And at the end of the day, if we look at the scales, there needs to be a notable difference between reasonable assurance and limited assurance. If the scales are too finely balanced, then the distinction becomes blurred. Specifically on Wolf's point about the public interest, I agree that the public interest is served by a more robust risk assessment, but then it begs the question, would the public interest not be served by, in those cases, opting to have a reasonable assurance engagement, or by having a regulator actually compelling the assurance provider to provide a reasonable assurance engagement in its totality, rather than getting bogged down in the difference between the type of risk assessment and then allowing the work efforts, which is another area where we have a distinction between reasonable and limited assurance to remain undifferentiated. So that was really the reason why we ultimately settled on going with the approach that you have in the slide with our inspector looking at the two scales rather than Wolf's approach.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
And can I just add one other rebuttal to Wolf? Wolf was focused a lot on the Wolf was focused a lot on the analytical procedure aspect of obtaining the understanding. And I don't think that the purpose of obtaining the understanding is necessarily dictates the procedures to be performed. So I agree with you that analytical procedures may not be as an effective way to obtain an understanding and identify risks in a sustainability engagement. That's absolutely true. But the purpose, we're focusing here on the purpose of the understanding, not necessarily the procedures. We may have to do more. We may have to do inquiries. We may have to do some observations to obtain the necessary understanding. So I think that's another aspect of the argument that we needed to have. So.
Okay, that was a good discussion there, and it sets us up. So we really need the board's guidance. I think this is almost as much towards 16A, and maybe we should focus on the limited element first before we go to reasonable, because really this is a question of which approach seems more appropriate based upon where the world of reporting is right now. And I think that was when I remember Warren's initial comments, the level of maturity in the reporting environment had dictated some of the consideration as well. Josephine, you ready to come in on limited? Okay.
Unsurprisingly, I actually totally agree with Wolf on this one. And I'm not going to repeat everything he said. He was spot on from my perspective. This is not a 2400 is completely different. It was responding to a different situation. This is not historical financial information. And therefore, and the point about the procedures that Susan makes, ultimately, it's about the outcome of those procedures as well. And in order to make that outcome more meaningful, you do have to take a risk-based approach. And in terms of work effort, I understand it's difficult to get that scales right, but that's something that we have to noodle on and get to the right position on in terms of going down a risk-based approach. It is consistent with ISA 3000 and of course 3410. The only thing I suppose I would add is that I think it would be very difficult for us to argue that the disclosures where material misstatements are likely to arise doesn't involve some sort of risk consideration in your mind anyway. So it's what can go wrong, where will this happen? And therefore, essentially, you could argue that is really a risk-based approach in and of itself. And if we do go down the general view that we should follow the 2400 approach, I think in terms of our explanatory memorandum, we have to put real rigor into the pros and cons as to why we would go down that approach and not apply 3,000. Thank you.
Okay, on this point, since we're going to really need guidance, and since the task force didn't have the opportunity to really discuss the different points of view, I want to just remind people, task force members, that they're welcome to come in. And in truth, I may ask ultimately everyone, either by interjection or hands or something like that, which way we want to go here. Julie?
Surprisingly, I'm also in Wolf's camp. and for all the reasons that have already been stated, and I think that anchoring the limited assurance risk assessment is just to 2,400 just didn't make sense to me. I think limited assurance in the context of these engagements is quite different than 2,400. So I got to the same conclusion. And interestingly enough, when we talk to some practitioners that are doing engagements today, they follow a very similar approach, whether they do limited or reasonable. They're not doing a whole lot of difference in this particular area. Where they differentiate is more after the risk assessment. So they might differentiate in the type or nature of procedures they do, the extent of the procedures, and then obviously the outcome should be different based on the assurance. But at this particular point in the engagement, they don't differentiate, and they really struggled in reading those two different risk assessment steps and figuring out what would they actually do differently. So just from a practical perspective.
Hi.
Thank you. I have the opposite view. I agree with the task force on this, and on the outreach we did leading up to this, we got support for the approach that you've chosen, and so thanks.
Edo?
Yes, so I think I'm more in the camp of Wolf. I think Julie articulated it very well, and I'll underscore that for the purpose of this discussion.
Wendy?
Okay, so I happen to agree with Kai, and I like what the task force did, although, for a minute when Wolf was talking, I was like, maybe that's what I think too. But then I took myself back to the EER guidance, which is where we had this discussion at length, which was quite a big and new discussion for me at the time in the first part of 2021, if I recall. And so when I go back to the EER guidance and I listen to what Warren said, I like the direction of travel in this document for limited assurance. And to me, really, the bigger issue is, do the professionals performing this work understand the difference between limited assurance and that range versus reasonable assurance? And again, I go back to the EER guide for that.
Shall we?
Thanks. I hesitated to put up my card because I read this paper a while back, and I remember coming away agreeing with where the task force landed. I find Wolf's argument really compelling, but I think the flexibility is actually important because there is a wide range of sustainability information there. And I can't remember whether that point which Wolf also made, which is the 3000A5, which talks about how limited assurance is actually could be a wide range depending on what meaningful assurance really mean in the context. I can't remember whether that is actually brought over into this. And I thought that is actually where we are talking about in terms of the flexibility. And it depends on the circumstances. And we could bring all the examples, including greenhouse gas. We've landed with 3410. And when we talk about limited assurance, in that context, this is what you need to do. And then in other contexts, it could be something that is a little bit different. So I thought, again, so I guess generally supportive of what the task force landed, but I think what Wolf has emphasized is actually quite important. In certain circumstances, you need to actually raise to a level that is actually quite close to reasonable.
So.
Thanks. So it's a very interesting discussion. I was broadly comfortable with where the task force had landed. We did have questions as we were working through this. There's a lot of practical questions around the difference between limited and reasonable and the work effort and et cetera, et cetera. Actually, my main question was answered in your introduction, Susan, because we were trying to work through why we hadn't followed the 3410 kind of route. But I completely follow what you were saying about the fact that we need to have that flexibility, and it may be that there are certain subject matters or whatever they are where we actually want to take a slightly different approach, and that's entirely appropriate in those circumstances. So on balance, thinking about the overarching standard, I think that flexibility is probably the key, and so that's where I would be. Thanks.
So I listened to this discussion and I find both arguments compelling, which is the one thing I would say here is that this is our first read of it. What's fundamentally different now from the way 3000 has been applied is that we're moving from a world of voluntary to mandatory. And what the expectations of external users, including public authorities who are now making it mandatory, should be relevant in this consideration as well. I don't know, in many ways I don't know if there's somewhere in between, and I'm going to ask Vili to talk about some technicalities in a second, but I would not want to lose the Wolf point of view yet until we've spoken to people who are actually going to have market expectations or regulatory expectations for it. I think one of the things that's trying to occur here is that the standard of reporting in this area with the mandatory requirements is due to rise, and then it's going to be regulated effectively for the first time. And that dimensionality makes me think, oh, I understand the logic of where the task force is right now, but Wolf makes a compelling case, and we just need to start speaking to people about what their expectations are too from making this a regulated set of reporting requirements around the world. So I feel like I don't want to foreclose the opportunity to go down Wolf's path, and maybe we should flesh it out a little bit, because I don't think the task force has had necessarily, they've robustly considered many dimensions of this, but so part of me says, like, do we need to speak to a few more people externally in addition to our reference groups? Lynn?
We have robustly considered the approach that we've presented. I think the task force are comfortable with, and the reason we've got it dissenting is we haven't debated that part with Wolf. But my reading of the room is, of the people who spoke, it's a 50-50 split. And so it would be useful to see if anyone else has a strong view, and to hear from Vili, obviously, because this is really fundamental. We have to determine for all sections what reasonable is versus limited. And if we don't get this right now, we're going to struggle to keep drafting. So I hear you about getting further input, and I don't disagree with that, but we do need some guidance of how we're going to go forward on this differentiation between limited and reasonable. And if we make the scales equal, then we're only got one. We don't have two, we have one. So I'd like to, I guess, understand a bit more from the people that want to change as to how they see this, the difference. Would you actually go to the extent of having identifying and assessing ROMIT and assertion level for each disclosure and limited? Because that's what I'm hearing partly through. So that gives us no difference. So Vili, you might have a technical answer to me.
Yeah, this is very difficult. I don't think I might have the answer, but I'll certainly share my view. And I do agree this is very important to that we land on a good position from a board perspective. I also agree that whatever position we land on, we need to present very clearly the argument in the EM, so we can get also the input on the exposure draft. I've had it, then I'm also keeping count on, I've got it that 5 board members still need to share their views. But maybe just, if I can just come in on 2 points here. I do think the argument that the task force has put forward in terms of the distinction between limited and reasonable assurance for this particular type of subject matter, which in its nature is also very broad and can be very varied. So I think that there's a lot of merit in the position that the task force has taken. I do think in terms of the view that Wolf has presented, for me, the important thing out of that is, and that caused me to think about, is we have to make sure that we pitch this at the right level. Because if we don't get the work done at the right level, then yes, there may actually be an issue. And for me, so I got thinking more about how do we get to that right level? You know, once you get at that right level, different firms and practitioners will decide differently how they implement that in their methodology, and that's fine. But for me, it's then, if you look at the practitioner shall identify disclosures where material misstatements are likely to arise. If you think about the equivalent in 2400 is the auditor will identify areas in the financial statements where material misstatements are likely to arise. In 3000, it is identify, just very broadly, identify areas where material misstatements are likely to arise. Here we've gone with disclosures. Is the right level, and that goes a little bit back to the conversation we had earlier about aggregation and disaggregation, is the right level not to identify the information in the disclosures where material misstatements are likely to arise. And if you bring it right down to that level, we may be hitting the right level, which is, for me, it's a narrower level than what you have in the broader 3000, but it still provides that flexibility.
I forgot to bring my 10 card, but I wanted to ask a clarifying question of Wolf. I think there's 2 things at play here. There's the level, so the information in the disclosures, but there's also whether or not there's a formal assessment or not. And in 2400, there is not. You identify the areas, but in 3410, it still goes to the areas, but it's the assessment. So I think there's the two things at play here.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was trying to get at, is that I like the idea of the distinction between L and R, where you don't have to have that formal assessment, but I want to get at the right level.
And I think Wolf is worried about the assessment. Both. Okay.
Wolf?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Willie, for bringing up the issue of the level, because I think that's very important. And Susan, correct, it's both issues that I'm worried about. In my view, if you were to move beyond below disclosures, that is areas where misstatements are likely to arise within a disclosure, you're essentially doing an analysis of the information within the disclosure. And in terms of work effort, you're all pretty much already there in terms of identification and assessment of risk. And so I'm asking myself, you already have the information to decide whether risks are high, medium, or acceptable, so you don't have to do any work, as opposed to whether they're likely to arise or not likely to arise. So to me, the additional step, once you're into the areas within the disclosures and analysis of those, of the information within the disclosures, is minuscule. You're already at the identification and assessment at that point.
Okay, I'd like to hear from people who have not spoken, because we're pretty split here.
Yeah. Oops, sorry, while we're waiting for people to think, can I just check with the task force? I'm presuming that the task force members are all voting with the position we put up, or is anyone changing? Just, I mean, I thought that just helps us get a sense whether there's been any movement in the task force. I'm certainly with the position that we set, and Warren obviously is from his presentation. Is that right, Warren?
Then it's an area where I also personally have mixed views, but I think for the sake of getting the debate going, I think let me say that I am agreeing with the position on the slides for now.
The for now, you and me both.
And Isabel's nodding. Diane, where are you at?
I guess I'm in the same camp as Warren. I am comfortable with this. I think this has been a good discussion, but I am comfortable. I come back to this, and maybe this isn't the right thinking. This shouldn't be the predominant focus point, but I am struggling throughout this whole standard about reasonable versus limited. And so, and maybe we need to take that off the table, because that may be clouding us a bit here, and just say, is what we're going to be doing sufficient to support the opinion? And so that's my only caveat. I do struggle a bit that I'm leading with, oh, we have to have a clear distinction. We dealt with this in evidence. I have to have a clear distinction. How far do I go for a limited? We all know what reasonable means. And so I'm trying to just pausing and saying, do I disconnect that from it? And is the work that's going to be done sufficient to support a limited assurance opinion? And my gut still says yes, but that's where I'm just pausing for a second.
Okay, I'm going to start calling on people who I haven't heard yet. Maybe Len.
Thank you very much. I think a very, very interesting debate. So I came in with fully comfortable with the task force position, but I think there's all convincing argument to step back and look at what Wolf has presented. So I agree with Willie. We need to be very clear, and I'm actually changing my preference from task force position to Wolf's position at this point. I think, Tom, you also talk about this could potentially be a regulatory requirement going forward. It needs to be very, very open-minded. So we need to be very clear in the EM. So I am going to cast my preferential vote to Wolf. Thank you.
Okay, Chun-Wei. Okay. Well, I'm going to call. Did you express?
I expressed my view just now. I thought the flexibility is important, but I think totally is about making sure that under the right circumstances, you need to have the right level of work. So how do we, giving flexibility, but at the same time making sure that where is necessary is rising to the level that is almost near reasonable.
Okay. Bill?
Yeah, I think very much follows that same comment. I look very much at work effort. I'd like to sit back at the end and see that what the work effort is for limited assurance. But I do believe there needs to be a clear distinction between limited assurance and reasonable assurance, and I therefore go with the task force.
I'm going to go basically around the table right now. Julie, I heard you earlier being much more in the Wolf camp. Kai.
I think you will not surprised that in the Wolf's camp, the reason is we have discussed this issue very deeply with a lot of stakeholders. And I have been convinced about the arguments which has been raised during our discussion and also today. So obviously I'm in the camp of Wolf. Thanks.
Fernanda?
I'm in the camp of the task force.
Diane, you were nodding with the task force point earlier, so. Eric?
I'm probably in the sort of Warren camp, which is sort of the for now. I wait to see how this evolves in terms of what we're wanting the understanding on specifically, and whether that's at the deep enough level that's kind of, I'm still a bit confused about that, given our earlier discussions.
So that's, Eric, if I understand yours, is in principle, I support, I'm willing to go with the task force position right now. Plus with Vili's comments, can we affect some of that the right level? Josephine, I don't think you're going to shock me here.
I just wanted to say that this phrase, we want flexibility, keeps coming up. A risk-based approach is a flexible approach. And so I don't think we should hang our hat on this particular route that the task force are putting forward is the only flexible approach. It is the practitioners' understanding that brings us to identifying risk, and there's the flexibility. And in terms of identifying and assessing risk, and a limited assurance engagement under 3410, it is taken to a higher level. It's not at the assertion level. So I just feel like we're maybe, it's not misleading, but I think it is misleading to imply that a risk-based approach is not a flexible approach. Sorry, thank you.
Can I just respond to that? I wasn't thinking about flexibility for the practitioner. I was thinking about flexibility for the board. If going forward, we wanted to set a standard for a specific topic. Yeah.
Okay, Lynn, I assume you want me to go around before I come back to you on this. Eda?
No, I'm happy to vote for the task force position.
I assume that was the case. Now, I was making that core assumption already, so maybe I should have articulated. Yes, Eda.
Yeah, I think I said it before, I'm leaning towards Wolf. I think there's some flexibility within me, to use that word, to lean closer to the task force position, but it will be dependent on determining the right level of disaggregated disclosure, and maybe also in phrasing at what level the risk assessment needs to be done, because at the moment it's a stark difference at the assertion level versus, so I think there may be a middle ground that could be reached, but I'm leaning towards the position Wolf articulated.
Okay, so
I think I spoke earlier on with the task force.
Sachika?
Yeah, I didn't raise my tinker because, sorry to repeat, but I think maybe flexibility is needed. But similarly to Julie, you mentioned, when I talked to some people who are actually doing limited assurance for sustainability information, they are now moving to doing risk assessment. That is the reality. And hearing this force comment and debate, maybe we need to think about further, but as a kind of principle base, I'm agree with your task force's position right now.
Thank you. Kai?
Yeah, I did speak earlier and say that I'm with the task force. There is some merit to what Wolf and the arguments he's brought up, and then it's exactly as Will said. It's about the level we go in at. Also, when speaking to practitioners that do both limited and reasonable assurance engagements, I do think that sometimes they have difficulties differentiating, that they sometimes end up doing pretty much the same job. And it's the report that's different. And I think this is the opportunity that we have to differentiate what it means to have a reasonable and limited, what the difference between those two are. And we need to take that, and I'm not saying the conclusion is set, but we need, I think this is a start of a discussion that we will continue on.
Okay, Wendy?
I also spoke earlier. I don't want to associate this standalone standard with, I understand we're drawing from all these other standards, but this one has to be standalone. So what Diane said about making sure, and I think I tried to say this earlier, we have to be sure in the standard we are very clear, or clear is probably too strict of a word, but we define, whether it's in the requirements or in the application material, what the range is and what the clear difference is between limited assurance and reasonable assurance. But it has to be in this standard because this is the overarching standalone standard. So right now, I am content with the direction of travel that the task force is taking.
So how I read the room is that the great majority, the significant majority, I would say, supports the general approach that the task force has taken and continue to explore it with more focus on some of the level issues. And as Ado talked about, the precedential issues about the level of aggregation, disaggregation, those are all things that factor in. However, to note that for many, the arguments that Wolf made are compelling and leave a little bit of doubt in some people's minds. And at minimum, as we go along, that we should be speaking to people about this. And also if this is where we continue and we don't satisfy the level issue throughout, it may be either revisited or certainly will be discussed in whatever exposure draft comes out. I think it's important that we give the task force clear direction because it will have an impact on how you draft the rest of the document. But I'm also glad that we had this discussion to say that it's a yes, but right now. Lynn, do you have a similar interpretation?
Yeah, that's where I got to. I read the room as continue on your direction, but take into account and consider carefully what Wolf and crew have said. And we also need to do some consultation with key stakeholders. So it's both. Tom, I really need coffee.
Yeah, well, luckily we got to the break right here and it's a good moment. It is 10:30 and that's when we were scheduled to break. We're gonna break right now. I think this is a really good discussion. And I'm sure it will not be the last time we have this discussion around the table. Okay, we'll break. We'll reconvene at 11 a.m. our time. Warren, you're still in coffee hour. It's not quite to tea time. Oh, what? 1 second before we break. But sorry, I'm dealing good. You will have received at this point in time something from the LCE task force. I just wanted to give Kai a very quick moment to explain what you've received on quantitative threshold.
Thank you. I don't want to steal the thunder away from the discussion on sustainability, but as you said, we just sent you an updated draft of the quantitative threshold paragraphs in the authority that we discussed on Monday. We have added a second example in there. You have received two alternatives, one with the thresholds in the EM itself and one with the examples in the footnote. I think when we consider which one we will go with, it's important to consider who this really is for. It's not for the practitioners or auditors when using the standards, it's for regulators or jurisdictions when deciding when they're doing their own quantitative thresholds. So by having the text in the EM itself, it feels a little bit more direct and easier to understand and the flow. So I think just to have that in the back of our mind as you go through, as you could have been a bit surprised by seeing the alternative in the text based on the discussion. It wasn't really clear where we all ended, but so that's why you have two. And with that, leave you for a coffee break.
Thank you, Kai. Okay, half-hour break. Get your caffeine, particularly Lynn. Okay, this is the 2-minute warning. Okay, welcome back. We're gonna finish this topic. So I think I turn it back to Warren and Susan.
Okay. Susan, why don't you just go back quickly to the slide with Our Lady and the scales?
I don't know how.
Never mind. Hopefully you all remember the slide of the lady and the scales. So, there we go. So before the tea break, we were talking about the content under each one of these scales, the difference between identifying disclosures to identify likely areas, and then ROM at the assertion level, with that focus on reasonable and limited assurance. And now, after we have refreshed ourselves, Susan and I would like to take you through this understanding box that's currently sitting in different shades of gray. And as we work through that understanding, please remember the focus on the difference between reasonable and limited assurance, and the overarching issue that Susan and I are really interested in, which is, do you agree that our scales are correctly weighed? And then Susan, if you now wouldn't mind hopping forward to that understanding slide. Okay, so the first thing that we'd draw your attention to are just those different areas in which the audit or assurance provider is now focusing. And really, there's nothing on this slide that represents a paradigm shift in how we think about assurance in general. The fact that we need to gain an understanding of the entity and its environment should come as no surprise, based on our well-established understanding of this in a financial statement audit context, in an ISA E3000 context, and of course, based on the conversation we had yesterday about those preconditions for the engagement, which Wolf and Claire explained in great detail. But what we've also done here is actually draw the practitioner's attention to the importance of making sure that we understand the underlying subject matter and the subject matter information. Because as we heard from Wolf and Claire, that's really complex, especially in this sustainability reporting space, where things are not as bedded down as firmly as is the case in the traditional financial reporting environment. And going hand in hand with that subject matter information are, of course, those applicable criteria. And my personal opinion of those criteria is they're almost like the filter You've got the sort of universe of information which works through that filter, and what comes out of the applicable criteria are then those disclosures, those topics and aspects of topics that actually end up in the sustainability report, in which the assurance provider is now interested in, or on which the assurance provider must now provide assurance. So we're focusing on things like the process the entity has for identifying the criteria, what criteria were selected, why were those criteria selected, and really importantly, how are those criteria actually being applied in the context of this particular assurance engagement. So the real takeaway point here is it's conceptually very similar to what we have in 315 and ISAE 3000, but with some emphasis on the importance of subject matter, the importance of criteria, and going hand in hand with that, the importance of the reporting boundary. Now, of course, the understanding of the entity also includes an understanding of the different components of internal controls, which we have on the next slide. So again, if we start on the left-hand side of the diagram, nothing here that should come as a great surprise. We've got the 5 control headings, which have been very well established in ISO 315, for as long as I can remember: control environment, information system, etc. But what Susan and I would like to draw your attention to are the differences in the understanding depending on whether we have a limited assurance engagement or a reasonable assurance engagement. So again, our 2 scales. When it comes to the first 2, the control environment and the information system, there the understanding is consistent. We're of the opinion that the assurance provider needs to have a good understanding of both of these areas of the actual control environment, the control process. And I think that that's really just intuitive. We think that if you don't understand the control environment and you don't understand the information system, you're probably not going to be able to actually complete the engagement, even if it is a limited assurance engagement. So these 2 really represent the bare minimum of the understanding which the assurance provider needs to have. Now, the differentiation between the limited and reasonable assurance starts to set in from the 3rd one, the entity's risk assessment process. For the risk assessment process, we want the auditor to understand that process in totality when it comes to reasonable assurance. But when it comes to limited assurance, we think that the focus should be on the results of the risk assessment only, as opposed to the entire risk assessment process. Now, this was based on our judgment and the view that expecting the practitioner to understand the full risk assessment process, if we're just dealing with the limited assurance engagement, is probably too onerous. But of course, Susan and I will invite your comments on that decision when we get to the question slides. We followed a very similar logic when it comes to control activities and the whole sort of monitoring of the internal controls. Here we were of the view that the practitioner would only really be interested in gaining an understanding of the control activities and the underlying monitoring system in a situation where they actually plan to test the operating effectiveness of those controls, or where the controls are really important for understanding and evaluating the organization's risks. And in our opinion, this is probably going to be more common in the case of a reasonable assurance engagement than it would be in the case of a limited one. So again, based on that overarching principle of there ought to be a difference between limited and reasonable assurance, which is more than symbolic, and based on the fact that the limited assurance engagement by its very nature should have a lower work effort than the reasonable assurance one, we decided to focus the control activity and the monitoring of controls mainly on the reasonable assurance engagement. Then in terms of the precedent, the focus on control environment and information systems for both engagements is consistent with ISAE 3410 and 3000 in general, both of which draw that distinction between the 2. And it's also interesting to note that 3410 also refers to the fact that it's only the results of the risk assessment process which feature in the limited assurance engagement, as opposed to the reasonable one, which, to repeat the point, covers the entire risk assessment process. Now, the standard, being an overarching one, as Lynn has explained in quite a lot of detail, doesn't go into excruciating detail when it comes to each one of these control components. So for those of you that have worked through the detailed draft document, you'll notice that the individual requirements refer to the understanding that you need to gain over the different components of the controls, with most of the detail, which has been copied shamelessly from ISO 315, sitting predominantly in the application guidance. And we just feel that that makes it easier to work through the document, and it's in keeping with the spirit of the document as being a sort of conceptual framework, a type of overarching framework, rather than a granular standard that is dedicated only to understanding the entity and the entity's environment. Now, there are two exceptions to this logic. And those two exceptions apply to the control activities and the monitoring of controls, where for reasonable assurance engagements, we do actually go into a little bit more detail rather than just leaving that purely in the application guidance. The final point, which I just want to draw your attention to, which is actually something I overlooked when I first worked through some of this with Susan, is that for the reasonable assurance engagement, we've stuck with the traditional approach in ISO 315, where the assurance provider is required to understand each of these 5 components and then go through a formal evaluation of those components, exactly in the same way as ISO 315 does in those very nice tables. We've got the left-hand side with the understanding and the evaluation in the right-hand side, which contextualizes that. We've got the same logic here for reasonable assurance, but for limited assurance, the standard just refers to the fact that the practitioner is required to gain an understanding. It doesn't go into that mandatory evaluation as would be the case for the reasonable assurance engagement. And then, Susan, rather than stopping here and handing over, I think in the interest of completeness and brevity, let me sort of finish the remaining section of the understanding of the controls, and then I'll hand over to you to make sure that we've covered all the points and to check if there's anything else you want to add. So if I don't hear anything, yeah. Okay, so just to unpack the risk assessment process in a little bit more detail, here we've adopted the same approach as ISO 315. So as I said, we thought that it would be really helpful for risk assessment to actually go into the requirements, to embellish on the requirements in more detail, rather than just leaving it at the high level observation of understanding the risk assessment process. So we actually mentioned the fact that the entity, or that the practitioner, needs to understand how the entity has identified those risks, how the entity goes about assessing the risks, and then actually addressing the risks. And these 3 bullet points are, again, copied shamelessly from ISO 315. So exactly the same logic embedded here in ISSA 5000. And then, of course, having understood that risk assessment, the objective here is to evaluate that risk assessment process and to really reflect on whether that risk assessment is appropriate given the entity's context, and subject to that overarching requirement of wanting to be able to identify risks of misstatement at the assertion level for each of the disclosures. So I think if we can move on to the next slide, I don't want to go into the specific details. I'm sure each person can read through the boxes of their own accord. Following exactly the same logic, when it comes to the understanding of the controls and the control activities, here we've also gone into a little bit more detail in the requirements, and again, only for reasonable assurance. So we're interested in the controls the practitioner plans to test. We're interested in the general IT controls which relate to the controls in the first box, and then other controls which the practitioner considers reasonable and appropriate to assess the risks of material misstatement. Now, it's important to appreciate here for the reasonable assurance engagement a slight deviation from ISO 315, which is that the practitioner, when trying to understand these controls, doesn't need to have a look at every set of controls. It's really about having a look at those controls which in the practitioner's judgment are necessary for understanding the risk of material misstatement, for identifying and assessing that risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. And so as part of that evaluation, are the controls designed effectively? Are the controls implemented effectively? And how then does that inform your identification and assessment of risk of material misstatement insofar as these controls pertain to the sustainability information? And then to iterate the point, we felt that doing this level of work for a limited assurance engagement would probably be a bit onerous. And so the monitoring of the controls and the control activities, these last 2 slides, which we've just worked through, only applicable in the case of reasonable assurance, in keeping with that need to differentiate between the two types of engagements. So Susan, I'm going to just pass over to you now to make sure that we've covered everything and to elaborate further as necessary before we deal with the other matters slide.
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit more on the control activities component. Which we haven't brought up yet at the table today, but in this, we no longer require, or we do not require, a separate inherent and control risk assessment in these engagements. So an entity can do, or an auditor or practitioner, sorry, I'll get the right word. A practitioner can do a combined risk assessment. And as a result of that, some of the concepts that are hooked to an inherent risk don't exist in this standard. So for example, significant risk, significant accounts, these are linked to the concept of inherent risk, which we don't really explore in this standard. So therefore, the two sets of controls that you would be required to understand in ISA 315 fall away a little bit. We don't have a requirement to understand the controls over significant risks because that concept isn't here. But if you were going to rely on that control, or you felt you needed to understand that control to understand and identify risk material misstatement, you would need to identify it and perform design and implementation procedures over it. We also thought that the requirement to identify controls over journal entries didn't really make sense in this context because we didn't really think journal entries were a common way to record information in these reports. So those two fell away. Another thing that I'd like to point out, another difference, is that in ISA 315, the requirement to understand or to identify the risks arising from the use of IT related to these controls and designing or understanding design and implementation of the GITCs over those risks applied to all four buckets of controls in 315. So significant risks, journal entries, those that we plan to test, and those that we feel like we need to understand. We made a decision that the GITCs, we would only attach to those that the practitioner plans to test the operating effectiveness of. So if you're planning to test the operating effectiveness of controls and there is a risk arising from the use of IT related to that control, yes, you need to understand the GITCs over those risks arising from IT because you're depending on that control. We disconnected it from the last bucket, the other controls the practitioner considers are appropriate to assess. We came to the conclusion that, I should say the task force came to the conclusion that those controls, if they were on their own required to understand to assess the risk of material misstatement, they would fall into bucket one by themselves. And if they weren't required to understand or to assess the risk of material misstatement, we didn't think it was appropriate to require the practitioner to understand those controls by doing D&I over them. So that's another difference from 315 that I wanted to bring to your attention.
Okay, should we turn to the question?
Sorry, Tom, before we go to the questions, just a quick one on other matters. So to iterate the point, the inherent and control risk distinction, which Susan has now explained to you, and then linked, of course, to that, the controls over journals, etc. I'm not going to repeat those points. The other point now on the first one are the issues of the actual risk procedures. We just want to draw your attention to the fact that we haven't been specific on the type of risk procedure which you need to perform in the requirement. But we do deal with the different types of risk procedures in the application material, and the usual suspects are there: inquiry, analytical procedure, observation, and inspection. And then the last point, which we've put under other matters, which we'd like to draw your attention to, is this question of whether or not risk procedures alone are sufficient to provide evidence to support an assurance conclusion. So it sort of begs the question, in a limited assurance engagement, could it ever be possible to obtain limited assurance without having to perform these further procedures? What would happen if a practitioner, having performed these risk procedures, decides that there aren't any disclosures where material misstatements are likely to occur? Can the practitioner stop there? From a theoretical point of view, perhaps the answer is a firm yes. But after taking practicalities into account, we think that this is probably only in very rare circumstances. And that point is made clearly in the standard, together with additional checks or almost like standbacks or reflections, which we articulate, and those interested in further reading can have a look at paragraphs A6 to A9. When it comes to the reasonable assurance engagement, are risk assessment procedures sufficient? In other words, you don't need to perform further audit procedures or further assurance procedures. We think the answer to that question is a resounding no. So there's far less subjectivity or perhaps ambiguity involved in that situation. And that's something else that we think draws a distinction between the limited and the reasonable assurance, in addition to all the other facts and circumstances which we've described. And now we turn to the final set of questions, not only for this topic, but also for the sustainability discussion in general.
Okay. How would you like to handle these questions? 17, 18, and 19 all together?
I think I'd like to take 17 by itself first.
That's what I was going to suggest, but okay. Question 17, A and B. Give people a moment. Thank you, Sachiko.
Thank you, Tom. My comment relates to question B, particularly on understanding of internal control with regard to limited assurance engagement. I understand the task force explanation, but the question that came to me was, perhaps there may be a case in limited assurance engagement where practitioners need to only understand flow or the preparation of the sustainability information rather than its specific components in the internal control. That kind of thinking came to me maybe because sustainability information area is evolving. Therefore, it may not be good to give a kind of message that you need to have concrete understanding of particular component. So it may be kind of flexibility is needed in this area. So that is the comment that I would like to mention in this area. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you. There's a lot in 17. So if you'll bear with me, I might come in and out a little bit, but there's just a couple of questions that I have on the way that this is set out. And one was around, and I have to go to the actual drafting here, and I couldn't quite pick it up. So I apologize if it was explained incredibly well, but I didn't quite get it. So in 1L, when we design, or in 1R, when we design and perform risk procedures as practitioners to obtain an understanding, we only go to the entity and its environment. We don't go to the internal control sufficient to identify disclosures. Now, I can understand why you've got that for 1L, but I don't understand why we have it for 1R. Why is that design and performance of the design and performance of them not sufficient in respect of internal control? So trying to understand that for 1R is more important to me. On 1L, I would actually go, sorry, Sachiko, in the opposite direction, where I feel like that evaluation is important. And the reason why it's important is because it helps the practitioner identify where control deficiencies might lie. When you identify control deficiencies, you might then think about where a material misstatement is likely to arise as well, because the material misstatement is not just in inherent risk. Obviously, they come from control risk too. So for me, I think without that evaluation, you want to step back and think, why am I even understanding this? What is it telling me, other than it's giving you information about the subject matter information potentially, or the aspect of a topic? But I feel that you've missed the trick there, because it needs that step in order to help you get to that material misstatement and where they might arise point. Notwithstanding, I think obviously there should be a risk based approach, but anyway. So so first of all, why did we not include controls in 1R? And then following on from that, I understand why we didn't do it in 1L, but I don't agree with that approach. So as I say, there's a few other bits I have here, but I might jump in and out. Thank you.
Would you like to respond?
Okay, so Sachiko, we chose the material from ISAE 3410 and ISA 315 and kind of mushed them together into what we have as our understanding. I'll be honest, I don't think the task force explored the idea of just understanding the flow. I do believe the task force does believe it's important to understand the control environment component and to understand the controls around the processing, the information system and communications. And I think the task force also believes strongly that understanding risks that the entity has identified, even in a limited assurance engagement, would be important. So I would be surprised if there was much appetite from the task force to limit that understanding to just the flow, notwithstanding the fact that it is an evolving area and it might be challenging in some cases. The task force can prove me wrong if they'd like. With respect, Josephine, to the why not understand the controls in 1R and the requirement of the evaluation in 1L, or the requirement of evaluating controls in limited assurance engagements. I would say we didn't include understanding controls in 1R because it is a separate requirement later on in the standard, and it does stand. There is a requirement to understand the controls in 1R. In R, that's not what you mean. Okay.
No, I understand that. So I wasn't explaining it at all well. I do apologize. So when we obtain this understanding, it is sufficient to provide an appropriate basis for your identification and assessment of risk. We don't have that for internal controls. We haven't got that same piece. We're missing it. So in 315, we just talk about designing and performing risk assessment procedures sufficient to provide an appropriate basis. Because we brought in these topics, we've sort of brought it together, we're missing the fact that when you design and perform risk assessment procedures to obtain an understanding of internal controls, that also has to be sufficient to provide an appropriate basis for your identification and assessment of risks. So by separating it, we've lost that connection there. And I thought perhaps there was a reason that you've done that. That's what I was asking. So I apologize, I didn't articulate that very well.
No, I don't think that we had a specific reason for doing that. I think that in understanding the components of internal control, there is the requirement to evaluate those components. And so I think we thought that the sufficiency of the understanding to evaluate was implicit, but we can certainly build that in more strongly. As for requiring an evaluation in limited assurance engagements, I think the task force believes that that's just beyond what would be expected in a limited assurance engagement. So I'm happy to hear a discussion on that point.
Okay, Sue?
Thanks. I really applaud the work you've done on trying to sort of articulate differences between limited and reasonable assurance, because I think that is one of the key sort of confusions in practice. I have a few questions, observations, because obviously, where you draw those lines is tricky, and some of the practical implications start coming out there. The first one was on the internal control piece for limited assurance. And really a question around in paragraph 8L, we talk about understanding the results of the entity's risk assessment process. And the questions were kind of, what does that really mean in practice? How would you actually get that kind of information? So just maybe thinking about the how rather, well, I suppose we've scoped out the how. So maybe I've answered my own point, but those are the kind of questions that are coming up. In relation to monitoring, question whether some aspects of monitoring should be included. It felt that the practitioner is kind of starting from an assumption that everything is okay. And if there are holes in there in a limited assurance engagement, it should be relatively straightforward to kind of at least inquire about that. And then mixed feedback on some of the outreach about the terminology, and particularly in relation to inherent risk factors. Obviously, those that have got a background in audit are familiar with those terms. Less of an issue for those that come from a different background, and I think that's those are probably the kind of things we need to get external feedback on. You know, and I'm sure your stakeholder groups will have input on there. Thanks.
Ada?
Yes, thank you. I will send through comments, but I'm largely okay with the concepts and how you've worked through them. Just want to come back to a point I've made before, is that because I understand you you take the 5 components as your basis, but I also think, and others have raised as well, the entity's process to identify events and circumstances, or sorry, to identify what needs to be disclosed. So that's and where you determine materiality at is an element that will probably be understood by virtue before you get to the risk assessment. But a robust understanding thereof, I think, is an important aspect here, and it's currently sitting under the caption of, what is it, information system. That is way too low in the weeds for me. Well, I think there needs to be more prominence to this to set up the risk assessment, because it drives so much for the purpose of this engagement. So I would like to reconsider the appropriate placing thereof in the context of all the other topics we discussed too. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks, Tom. Very supportive of the overall direction. Thank you. I think just one suggestion on paragraph 16R, which brings out the in B, the evaluating the nature and extent of their pervasive effect on the disclosures. And I just think that we might need some application material just to help practitioners sort of with that evaluation, how you, given that you're starting at that low level in the tree. Thanks.
Julie?
Thanks, Susan and Warren. I have a bit of a struggle and I don't have a solution, so I apologize up front. But what I'm struggling with a little bit is the lack of an evaluation or some similar concept in the limited assurance side. And I understand the differentiation, and I'm largely fine with the differentiation that you have. But I guess what's concerning me is, one, you have an understanding, I'm not sure what you do with that. And then two, if you, in that understanding, you come across something that's not right, what's the impact of that on your engagement? And because we don't have the evaluation piece, which therefore then links to the control deficiency consideration, I feel like I'm kind of left with this missing piece of, well, I think if you come across something, at least in your understanding, that would indicate a deficiency or something you need to go and get some more information about, that should impact your risk assessment and other aspects of your engagement. So that's the piece I'm missing right now.
Josh?
Thank you, Tom. And at first, I have to apologize in advance. I might be not understanding fully. I have just one question. I want to confirm that the practitioner accept the result of the entity's risk assessment as it, and not evaluate its appropriateness and sufficiency. Is it appropriate not to exercise expert judgment on the acceptance of the results of entity's risk assessment? I think the difference between limited assurance and reasonable assurance in this stage lies in the difference in the degree of evaluation of the acceptance of the results obtained. I don't understand how the persuasiveness of that accepted result as evidence can be proven to others if we only accept it. That's it. Thank you.
Kai?
Thank you. Just to come in and support the direction the task force is heading here on the outreach we did get quite a lot of support from what you're doing here. And a word of caution, the other thing that they also saw is that in the application material to this standard, there is some house and they're labeled as house. And in the project proposal, we say that we scope them out. And I hear in the discussion now that we want to add in more of them. So I think we just need to caution where we go with that.
Okay, anyone else want to come in? Warren and Susan, back to you.
With respect to the house, I tried really hard to keep them out, but there were some cases where I just really felt it was important. So I know that was, and I tried to label the paragraph so that I was transparent about what I was doing. So I did my best to do that. So, yeah. I heard some pretty good suggestions and things that I can do, but the one thing that I pulled out of this discussion were several people, two or three people, questioning the idea that we don't have an evaluation of the components of internal control, and particularly the risk assessment component in a limited assurance engagement. So I think I would like to have more direction from the board in general on that approach and whether we should have these evaluations. I think, Julie, we were thinking that your understanding of the component would help you identify where there might be risks of material misstatement in your disclosures and focus your efforts and your procedures on those areas. And so I think that was what we had set up. That's what you would do with your understanding. We had thought, or the task force had thought, that performing an evaluation of the components of internal control went beyond a limited assurance engagement requirement. So I did hear 3 people bring that up. So.
Anyone else feel strongly on this point? Shall we?
Well, not sure about strongly, but I was comfortable with where the task force landed. And I thought the application material, A24 and A25, sort of explained what you're supposed to do with this understanding, and where you have any sort of exception, what are the things you need to consider. And I was quite comfortable with that.
Ida?
On this particular point, I was comfortable as well. It seemed to gel well together also with what we're doing for LC, where on certain components you don't need to evaluate, but just understand, and those are audits. So here we talk about reasonable assurance, so I was comfortable with where that was sitting.
Wendy?
Yeah, I'm comfortable as well. And I'm back to 17 where I didn't comment. I'm comfortable with the direction of travel here as well.
Okay, I think you got Josephine.
So I just want to have another blast of this. I honestly don't understand how sending down the track, obtain an understanding of this, that, and the other connects you, where the connection between that understanding and then now I've worked out where material misstatements might arise happens. I don't have that, the connection isn't there, and just explaining it in the application material isn't helpful. You've got to make the connection, and in 315 the connection is the evaluation. That's what brings it all together. And so and even when you're trying to work out where material misstatements arise, you still need to, funnel things down and make that decision. And I'm not suggesting we have to do go through the real rigorous process that you have in 315 and a reasonable assurance on an audit engagement, but there has to be some connection in my mind in the requirements to bring it all together. And that's what I feel is missing, and potentially what Julie's looking for as well.
Okay. Is that your point, Julie?
Yes, because I take Susan's point that this should all flow down to your risk assessment and your ultimate identification of where your risks are likely to arise. I don't see that connection, so it kind of leaves me with, Josephine explained it really well. There's a bit of a disconnect between those two right now.
From a drafting standpoint, do you have a particular reaction to that, or is it just something I think the task force will take back? Or
Yeah, I think the task force will certainly take it back, and I'm noodling, the word of the week, on how I might be able to make that connection without necessarily triggering the evaluation word with that. So.
okay, well, I think we've discussed this sufficiently, and then bring it back to the task force and your draft in and see if it could be done. And it won't be the last time, as you said, on any of this that we'll discuss it. So you note that the niggling concern is about connecting the dots here. Okay, back to you.
I think, Tom, we're ready for questions 18 and 19, please.
Okay, questions 18 and 19. Proposals on risk procedures, and then the general questions. Edo.
Thank you. In respect of 18, I was really struggling with the concept that inquiry alone would be sufficient, even for a reasonable assurance engagement, and that sort of was implied that the risk procedures may have been enough. I appreciate it says in rare circumstances. I can't envisage it. Well, there's always something that you'll do. And so I struggle with that quite a bit. In coming to this meeting, and this is on Tuesday, I was struggling with losing the concept of significant disclosures. I think the way the discussion has developed over these days is that we're nailing down what we are going to look at. And those are in effect I think Warren called it the unit of analysis, which I liked as a term. Those are in effect our significant disclosures that we need to look at. So I'm comfortable with that, but also losing the concept of significant risk. And I've heard you, Susan, why? But there is something else that is associated with the concept of significant risk, is that you do more because there's higher risk. And I'm not sensing sufficiently that from this material is that you determine a number of risks, and some are higher than others. And there needs to be a proportionate response to the higher risk level of some versus the other. And that's what I've been missing in here. So I'm okay with losing significant risk as such, but that proportionate response to the level of risk, that is what I would like you to have another look at. Thank you.
So can I respond to that one while it's fresh? Yes, there's the kind of the spectrum of inherent risk, or the spectrum of risk is still there. There's going to be big scary ones and little ones, and you have to look at the big scary ones, to quote Fiona. We don't want to use the term significant risk or significant disclosure because they're defined in the context of 315, and we think that would be confusing. But I do think we could do better at building that idea of a spectrum in. And don't forget, the responses are yet to come in our next round when we start looking at the responding to risks. So it's the whole package isn't here yet with that.
Okay. Sachiko.
Thank you. Actually, I have two comments, which is, I think, very similar to what Edo commented. One is paragraph A6L, whether risk assessment alone are sufficient for limited assurance. And theoretically, it may be cases, but I'm not sure whether such case is in practice possible. And if possible, whether such engagement has value to users? That's kind of question that came to me. So at least some clarification is needed. And also significant risk. I'm not yet convinced yet that, we can just delete the concept. I can understand that, it may be not possible to use the word significant risk, but at least in the audit of financial statement, which is reasonable assurance engagement, this is kind of very fundamental concept in risk-based approach. So maybe we can't lose the concept. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Sue?
Thanks. I just had a couple of observations in relation to 19, which is the kind of anything else question. Because having gone through a lot of this, just sort of trying to take a stand back and think about the differences from the environment that we've drawn the source material from compared to the sustainability environment. And really a couple of thoughts that I'm not sure quite come through at the moment. Firstly, a lot of the information that we're looking at is produced external to the entity, whereas obviously things that have come from the ISAs tend to be a little bit more biased towards things that have been produced internally in some areas. And that probably flows into the discussion about the reporting system, because the reporting systems for so many of these disclosures are immature. And again, in some of this, the discussion around internal controls and systems and so on sort of is drawn from an assumption that there's a more mature system there. Whereas I think in practice, some of the feedback we got is a lot of information is being accumulated on spreadsheets and things. And so maybe recognizing that those are perhaps more of the current risks to consider. Thanks.
Josephine?
I had some comments to Sachiko. There's a reference in the document 7E that is talking about the possibility of obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence without performing further audit procedure. I just did it, didn't I? Further procedures, and for limited, it's in rare circumstances. I really struggle to understand how you could get to even in rare circumstances. The procedures have completely different purpose. So you can't, I don't know how you could ever get to sufficient appropriate evidence without responding. So I think that perhaps that maybe the task force need to rethink that, because I think it actually undermines the whole concepts underlying our assurance framework. And so maybe just have another look at that and make sure it's clear that they are for different purposes, and therefore to get to sufficient appropriate evidence in that situation wouldn't be possible. Thank you.
Julie?
I think I have 3 points. One of them is exactly what Josephine just said. So we tripped over those wording in that wording, Susan, in the document around the fact that in rare circumstances, you might not do anything more than risk procedure. So that was bothering me. I also think that in some way, it feels like we need some differentiation in the risk levels. So I understand that those that create methodologies and firms that have methodologies will come up with, the different categories, but it's missing right now for me in here about the fact that some risks are going to be more at the significant level and some are going to be at the lower level, and that should actually drive the work you do. So maybe we'll get to that at some other point, but that felt missing to me. And then the fact that we don't have this concept of material or significant disclosures, I wasn't sure because in 18R, it kind of implies that we have this concept, because in 18R, it says you might actually have a disclosure where you haven't identified a ROM. And that felt very 315-ish to me around this material versus significant concept. So I saw that and then thought, well, that looks really familiar. I know what that is. But then I don't have the linkage back to the identification of significant or material or some other word for disclosure. So it felt a bit disconnected for me in here. I got to this place, but then I didn't really know what I was supposed to do with that because I hadn't identified significant disclosures at a point in time.
Okay.
Thank you. Quite similar to what's come up already. I also struggled with risk procedures alone being sufficient. And the other part is also around some of the same as others. Seems that all risks have equal importance, which you said it might come later. So I'll leave that for later. But then it feels like we need some distinguishing factor on some of that.
Okay. I'm trying to see if anyone else. No. So we had a couple of themes pop up here for consideration.
Yes, I'm taking from this discussion that the task force will have to reconsider that paragraph on the rare circumstances. Heard that loud and clear. I heard that we need to build in this concept of a spectrum of risk, so to help the practitioner focus on the higher risks rather than the lower risks, and a little bit more focus on risks arising from the immaturity of the information systems and how the entity collects and reports their information. So thank you. I thought that was very helpful.
Yeah.
Just a thought occurred, and thank you. When you summarized it, Susan, that triggered my thinking. I've been reading so much, but I don't, the concept of pervasive risks, that was sort of dismissed in this area, where I think the risk of fraud and greenwashing is a pervasive risk throughout. So that is one that I would not want to lose. So I did jot it down somewhere, but I forgot to raise it in my previous comment. Thank you.
Okay. Any reaction or? Oh, sorry, Wendy.
Sorry, Susan, yeah, when you were speaking, something came to my mind almost along the same thought process, but it's actually not here, but something that might not be precisely here, but the greater the risk, the more persuasive evidence you need. And maybe we need that in the application materials. And the other thing I want to say before we close is I hope we retain this side by side of limited assurance and reasonable assurance in the standard, because it's really helpful to see it that way.
Okay.
So I suspect that the greater the risk, the more persuasive the evidence will be a 330 concept. It'll come in the response. And I like the side by side too.
Lynn?
Actually, it would be interesting to know whether the board thinks the side by side together with the normal process is going to work. I mean, so when you put it all together, did you, when you flicked between 3, 4 and 6, go, oh, this is very different, or was it comfortable? Comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, anything else you want to raise on your part?
No, thank you, Tom, and thanks to the board. This has been a really good discussion, particularly the first part, and I think we got a lot of good input. So thank you.
Second part wasn't bad either. Warren, any final thoughts from you before I turn to Lynn?
No, Tom, thank you to everybody for such excellent feedback. And I'd also like to thank Susan. She's done a tremendous amount of work on this. And Susan, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you on this section of the document.
Maybe I'll even meet you face to face one day.
Lynn.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate those thanks to both you, Warren, and Susan. This was not an easy topic. To pull all of 315 and put it into a sustainability framework was a real challenge, and to then overlay that with reasonable and limited assurance was no mean feat. And I think you've actually done a tremendous job on getting us to this point. So many thanks for your drafting, Susan, and many thanks, Warren, for your insights and overviews. Much appreciated.
And can we add Warren's technical advisor, Yvette, and Natalie to the thank you list, please?
Of course. Okay, if I can now conclude on all of the work that's been done on sustainability over the last 4 days. So we've certainly extended the time, and thoroughly appreciate all the input that you have provided. Obviously, summarising everything on each section would be a tall order. So I've decided to take the approach of what are the big takeaways that go across all of the parts and that the task force needs to think about. And I've come to 5 of those. The first one is that we need to start with what the entity's done in the preparers and be very clear about that, and make sure as we go through that the roles and responsibilities of preparers, those charged with governance, outside stakeholders and assurers are all really clear, and we haven't quite got that right yet. The second big takeaway from me is we have got conceptual agreement on disaggregation and aggregation, but we need to work on each section in terms of making it really crystal clear what we're meaning by those areas, and put back into the drafts the concept of performance materiality. Third takeaway from me is I've been sitting here looking at slides and we haven't got consistency of terms yet. We do need to do a scrub through the document to look at consistency of terms. Many of the terms people have used through the session and are well understood. Topics, aspects of topics, characteristics, assertions, all were very clear as people explained them. Disclosures and sustainability information need to have a look, one at the definitions, but also at their flow through the documents. The fourth theme was the reasonable and limited assurance. There are some differences of thought there, but we've also got some ways forward, which include some work in the evidence section on that and talking to people in the ecosystem about what they actually require. And the final one was we have, as a task force, struggled with the level of granularity that is appropriate for an overarching standard and which sources we should use. And my assessment of all of the parts is we've got it about right. There are some specifics, but we've got both of those things about right. That is a huge achievement from my point of view, because it could have caused us to do a heap more work or remove a heap more. So that is very comforting. So I'd like to finish by once again thanking the task force, the drafting team and the staff, generally known as the Army, for the work that they have done. I would like to add Billy, who did a sterling job, and I wish he was here to hear this, but he isn't. but Billy did a sterling job in doing a stand back review for us and going through all the papers without having been to the task forces. And that, given the volume of papers and the timing, was a tremendous effort for him. And I just want to put on record how grateful we were for that work. So, Josephine and the new task force, over to you. Good luck.
So, in a second, I'll turn it, ask Jim and Michael for reflections on the discussion. But I think we'll have a moment tomorrow to recognize our outgoing board members. But just it's really appropriate right now to recognize Lynn's enormous contribution in this area that began with EER, for which she inherited much of the great work that Marek started on EER. And if we hadn't done it in the way that we did it over the couple of years before this, we would be in a much worse position than we are today. So again, a little bit nod of thanks to Marek, who's probably listening in if I know Marek at some point, and to Lynn for her leadership on the EER project, and also through this project, much of which has been done remotely. We forget that she was in forced exile a little bit in New Zealand during the pandemic. And so, I think we're off to a great start, largely due to your leadership on this project. So thank you, Lynn, for that. I'll ask Jim Dowkin for his reflections on. Oh, he left. He asked me for reflections, so we skipped him. Billy would be here, but speaking, we're doing everything in very real time right now. We're actually speaking to one of the major stakeholders on the topic, and we had to divide and conquer on it, and this was the only time they could meet. Michael, any reflections for the PIOB?
Sure, thank you. And looking at my notes, I can't remember what I told you already and what I haven't. So apologies if I repeat some of this. But I do compliment the board on the rapid progress on this work toward a high quality standard on sustainability insurance assurance. So it's certainly good discussions at the board, but lots and lots of work by all of those involved in putting the materials together. Obviously, good attention by the drafters and the board to the need to make the standard understandable to a diverse range of potential users. And that, for example, includes the comments on the use of clear and consistent terminology that many offered during the discussions, and to writing requirements in a manner that does not assume that the reader is experienced as an auditor. Continuing this focus is going to be important. The practitioners that use a standard are hopefully going to be able to understand in a consistent way what they're expected to do. And it will also help both regulators and users of the disclosures understand the level of assurance being provided and the work effort that supports this assurance. I noted the excellent discussion about the appropriate level of detail to include in the overarching standard, how to maintain consistency with the extant standards, and the relative weight to be given to those various standards when they differ. For example, the ISA 500 versus the ISAE 3000 in relation to evidence. The active exchange of views today on the proposed approach to risk identification and assessment was particularly interesting, and it seemed to provide useful direction to the task force for further consideration. it also highlighted the importance of further consultation with stakeholders. And in this area of the risk identification and assessment will certainly be an important one in which to arrive at clarity for the reasons that I just highlighted. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to raise anything before we break? We're going to break right now. We're going to still reconvene at 1:30 because we'll have our guests from IAASB joining us at that time, and that's scheduled. So you'll have a slightly longer lunch, and I think you've earned it. So thank you. And I think it would be worth one moment before we close this portion of sustainability for anyone who's not at the table right now, who's been working on sustainability, if you just sort of stand so people could get a sense of the army that's who's been involved with the project. Yeah. It's Claire. I don't know if she didn't want to stand up, but Claire's part of the team, and I think Adriana is on the Zoom call too, and Vili obviously, and so it's a huge monumental effort. We are trying something different here, and thank you all. We're much appreciative. In fact, hopefully the world will be much appreciative because there is no margins for failure here, and you're helping us to achieve our goals. So thank you and have a good lunch. Hi, Mark. We're just getting back into the room. Okay, good afternoon. Are we ready to go, Michelle? Good afternoon. Welcome back to our afternoon session. This session is we're welcoming Mark Babington and some of the staff and the team from IAASB to keep us posted on their activities as part of our coordination efforts between the two boards, and look forward to his presentation. Just seeing everyone's back in the room. Yeah, it's great. It's great to have Mark on board. I know IAASB, this is hot off the press, really, for IAASB, because they met just last week and approved a number of items that will be of interest to the board. Without further ado, Mark, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Tom. And it's very good to be able to join you today as you're also going through a very busy agenda at the moment. You're right that last week the IAASB board approved two project proposals that we'd been developing to deal with sustainability and some of the related issues. So I've just got a few slides to take you through, and then hopefully we'll be able to deal with any questions or any comments that you and colleagues have. But if we can move on to the next slide, please. What we've now got are proposals that the board's approved to start work on the development of profession agnostic ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance engagements. So firstly, I should say that what the board has agreed is effectively the sustainability related work will be taken forward by two work streams. The first of those, which I will chair, will focus on revisions to our independence standards. And the approach that the board has decided upon is that we're going to develop the material over the next few months. And we are still working with and engaging with stakeholders to work out the best format to present that material in. So we've had a number of views. Should it be integrated within the existing code in part 4A? Should it be a new section to the code? Should we develop non-authoritative guidance to explain to those who are not professional accountants how they apply the code in sustainability assurance engagements? Or indeed, should there be a standalone handbook recognizing a slightly different nature to sustainability work? Now, there are pros and cons in favor of all of those. There are some strong views on all sides about the best way forward. Our focus at the moment is the development of appropriate material. And to inform that, The board's also proposed a number of global roundtables that we'll be running. The plan is to run those in late March, early April, to continue to inform the work of the task forces. So as I say, the first one is there to look at the developments to our independent standards to deal with sustainability. The second work stream looks at revisions to the ethics part of the code. So effectively looking at at section 1, looking at the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework, and then sections 2 and 3 looking respectively at the requirements in respect of professional accountants in business and professional accountants in public practice. So those will be the two sustainability components. However, the board was also aware, and there was some feedback within our consultation or our survey on the strategic work plan development, that IAASB should look at revisions to the code in parts 2, 3 and 4 to address any ethics and independence considerations from the use of external experts. And the decision was taken to align this with the work on sustainability, because many of the examples and many of the challenges that we come up with are related to sustainability work, and therefore it's important that there's proper coordination and proper alignment. So that's really a sort of high-level overview. The second work stream on looking at ethics and revisions to the code there will be led by Christelle Martin. And the third piece of work, the revisions to the code arising from the use of external experts, will be led by Laurie Ensley. So those are the three components. And if we can go on to the next slide, please. There you've actually got a little diagram which shows the overview of those work streams. We will have, as part of our sort of oversight arrangements within the board, a coordination group that will bring together the chairs of the task forces along with our chair and technical director and relevant IAASB staff to ensure that we're all aligned. And of course, I know that there's been ongoing conversations about correspondent members or representation between our respective boards to ensure that we're fully aware and fully aligned of the developments that you're also taking forward. And indeed, you're at a slightly further along the road point than we are. So as I say, that just summarises the work streams. We're just in the process of planning our first task force in January, where the focus will be very much looking at the definitions that we need to revise within the existing code, looking at new definitions that we need to establish to deal with sustainability related information and sustainability assurance, and then also to build on the analysis that we've already undertaken to identify particular threats to independence that we're looking to address, either through safeguards or by looking at recasting some of the requirements in the code, and of course also the analysis of threats to the fundamental principles. So we'll be looking to do that as the sort of immediate priorities, and you'll see obviously that the use of experts will come along behind that and also be properly coordinated within that. In the ethics work stream, I think the particular challenge for us is on leveraging part 2 of the code and thinking in particular about the requirements on professional accountants in public practice. And one of the things that we've been careful to consider is the difference between work that would be carried out that was reporting under something akin to a general purpose framework. So we're sort of aligning a general purpose framework with the way the IAASB is developing its work, and where a general purpose framework is not used. And of course, at the moment in independence considerations, that defaults to part 4B of the code. So if I can move on to the next slide, please. This sort of sets out some of the issues that we're looking at from the independence perspective. The board's taken the view that sustainability in itself is a significant public interest issue, and therefore our sort of driving force in developing this material will be to say that the independent standards and the ethical standards that are developed in respect of sustainability are at a high bar, so akin to those that apply in an audit type engagement. And of course, we're working to ensure that the independent standards and the ethical material are going to be available alongside the standard that you're in the process of developing. There's very strong support, in particular from the wider regulatory community, that the independent standards that are used should be independent standards that can be applied by any sustainability assurance practitioners. So recognizing that at the moment there is a diverse market that is providing some of these engagements, and it's not all professional accountants. And it's interesting to see the differences in different jurisdictions. In some, there's nearly 100% of the work being carried out by professional accountants. In others, there is almost no work being carried out by professional accountants. But the board's driver is to ensure that there's no risk of regulatory arbitrage. And although ultimately it will be a matter for jurisdictions and working with regulatory authorities, we want to ensure that we have a consistent high bar. I referred to the fact that the reporting framework neutral, so IAASB is the big story at the moment, but there are other frameworks as well that are being used for reporting. And one of the things that our outreach will continue to inform and develop is an understanding of what they are and where they're used. And of course, what we develop has got to be flexible in that respect. So ensuring that the material we've got can be applied in different scenarios. And of course, you know, this high standard that we have in the code for independence requirements, in particular for auditors and financials and delivering audits of financial statements, should apply to sustainability assurance providers. And the rationale for that the board considered was very much that sustainability information increasingly is being used for capital allocation decisions, and therefore a consistent high bar should apply. If I can move on to the next slide, please, which just sets out some of the ethics considerations. We've already done quite a detailed analysis of the conceptual framework and how that applies. And indeed, the basics of the code are very strong. There are already provisions in parts 1, 2, and 3 of the code that support sustainability assurance and reporting. But what we need to do is look to leverage the extant code. And there are a number of gaps that we've identified, particularly in the context of sustainability related engagements, and we will need to plug those gaps. And part of that is in particular recognizing the way through which some of this information is developed and produced, and indeed some of the challenges that relate to that, in part because of the higher levels of uncertainty and the higher levels of judgment that might apply. But of course, what we'll be then looking to do is how we apply those ethics provisions in the first 3 parts of the code to all sustainability assurance providers. And again, that's very much focused on meeting the very clear steer we've had from IOSCO and some of the wider regulatory community. You'll see that we've already developed something that shows the application of the existing code in sustainability reporting engagements, but we recognise that there is more to build on. If I can move on to the next slide, please. We've got a slide here on consideration of external experts. So we'll be looking to revise the code for external experts used in audit and assurance engagements. And we also have to look, particularly driven by the consideration of some of the sustainability related examples about the involvements of experts, both internal and external, to an employing organisation or firm in the preparation and presentation of financial and non-financial information, including sustainability information. And again, this addresses this wider diversity of providers
there's some interesting analysis that IFAC shared with us at the board meeting last week. That will be spread across the code, and the approach will build on the revisions that the board considered last week and approved for the technology projects and ETGA. But again, there is further consultation with stakeholders to do to support those revisions, and the wider sort of project will also align with what we're doing on sustainability and the two sustainability work streams looking at independence and ethics. I think one of the things that I'm particularly sort of aware of is the digestibility of the package as a whole, because we are working to a very ambitious timetable. Of course, like you, everyone wants revised standards to be available to support reporting that will no doubt sort of be driven by the 2024 reporting year. And therefore, we have to ensure that what we've got is something that is digestible in the time constraints that we're working with. So, and I suppose also the backdrop of the scale of change is the significant revision that the code has seen in recent years. If we can go on to the next slide, please. Thoughts that the board's had on coordination with your board. Of course, ongoing coordination to ensure that we're developing projects in a compatible way, thinking about how the projects cross-refer, making sure that there's consistency in the definitions and terminology that's applied. And of course, we're grateful for the work that you've already done in that respect, which we're already looking at as part of the consideration of the papers for your meeting. Thinking about how everything aligns to the quality management approach, and also thinking about the considerations around group engagements that also have sustainability aspects to them. So, you know, almost like a fairly long and developing shopping list that we need to make sure that our respective liaising members are able to discuss and are able to sort of factor in to that broader consideration. And we're looking at how we take that forward now. The final slide with content on just follows in terms of next steps. So, as you said, Tom, last week, project proposals were approved. We've got ongoing stakeholder discussions effectively in Q1 next year, and at the end of Q1, finalising that with a series of global roundtables. There will be then steps to develop the material so we can go through a first read looking at April or June. We want to engage with the CAG and also with our NSS group. So we're looking at timetabling of that at the moment. And then we are obviously hoping to work towards a December 2023 ED, but we recognise that the scale of work that has to be taken forward may mean that there is further discussion and that might move into December 2023. But, you know, we're sort of committed to moving forward as swiftly as we can. And the bottom line of that just shows the final stage of the finalisation process, and to be able to finalise revisions to the code. So that really is a quick overview for you. Obviously, I'm very happy to take any questions that you might have. We're in the process of just setting up our task force meetings at the moment. As I say, the first one to take place just before the end of January, and we're thinking about the material that that task force will consider at the moment. So if I leave it there and hand back to you, Tom, and obviously happy to take questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Mark. And clearly having a coordinated response with IAASB is a top priority for this board. We feel like, particularly because we're taking a practitioner neutral response, that having a foundation of ethics that could apply to any practitioner around the world in sustainability assurance makes a lot of sense. And I'm sure this will be a topic of discussion when IAASB holds a roundtable next week too. It's really focused in a lot of our regulatory and policymaking discussions. And I think Gabrielle and I speak about it at least a few times a week about how we're going to stay coordinated. So I think you can see the outlines forming. Anyone have any reactions or comments to Mark's proposal? Jim?
Thanks, Tom. Mark, how are you doing? I think I just have one question, and that relates to independence in the case where, let's say, the auditor also produces the information or assist the organization in producing the information. Because of the nature of this information, it's and because it's a new area, I think there may be an elevated risk of an independence issue. And I know traditionally in the ethics, if the organization takes responsibility for the material, then they can move, then it's acceptable. But I think it would be a consideration for IAASB to really look at that and to say, is that going to be sufficient with this whole new set of work material, also material that management themselves may not be overly familiar with if they're just doing it for the first time. Thanks.
And it is very much one of the issues that's up for discussion at our first task force meeting. I share the concern that you're advancing, and I suppose from a personal perspective, and it's only a personal perspective because I haven't had the opportunity to discuss with other task force members at this stage. We recognise that there is a process quite often to go through with sustainability information, either to support an entity in developing information or maturing that information so it supports high quality reporting. But that brings with it a significant threat, and a threat that, again, personally, I don't believe can be safeguarded. So, we are being driven by the high bar that applies in the context of an audit of financial statements environment, and we don't want to see a lower level of ethical behaviour requirements or independence applying in these engagements. So I would hope that we're reflecting your concern articulated there in our wider consideration.
Just one follow-up is I'm hearing where some would argue, well, this is just the same situation as if the auditors were preparing the financial statements for an organization, and they just need that management to be able to accept responsibility. So hopefully there'll be some additional, I agree with you, I think there are some significant threats, and there'd be some additional safeguards or prohibitions in place.
Well, I think you'll already know well from Josephine's contributions to your own board what our view is on these type of arrangements from a UK perspective. And the work that we do has to be responsive to the public interest, and it has to be appropriate to underpin public confidence in sustainability reporting and assurance. So, it can't be seen to have gaps in it that would be perhaps viewed by some of those critical stakeholders as fundamental flaws. But it certainly is something that is on the agenda for our first task force meeting.
Oh, we know Josephine's views.
Indeed. So therefore, I need to say nothing else.
Mark, she suggested that she'll be silent during this session. Lynn.
Thank you very much for that briefing, Mark. It's really useful for us at present to know where IAASB landed last week, and so much appreciate it. With your indulgence, Tom, I'd like to ask 2 questions, and once we're through those, make a comment, if that's all right. My first question, Mark, is how you're going to get the input of the other professions into this work. And my second is, I listened to you talking about external experts, but I'm not sure I'm absolutely clear about that particular area, why it's so important at this point in time. So those are my 2 questions.
So I think the easy one in terms of the external experts piece is it is something that came up from a number of stakeholders in response to the survey that we did on our strategic work plan. And as we began to do some analysis sort of alongside that, there were so many potential external expert related issues that were coming out of our consideration of sustainability. It seemed appropriate to bring them together. But if I were a betting man, Lynn, I would say that you know, it may be that there has to be a little bit of misalignment between the sustainability work and the experts work in order to make it manageable through the timetable that we've got and to give the board appropriate time to give direction. And we also recognise that we've had some opportunity to consider the issues last year through our working group. The group looking at external experts are starting from a standing start, and therefore, that will be a real challenge for them. I think on the first comment that you make, we have already had some outreach to a number of groups that are involved in sustainability engagements. There are, we understand, a number of such bodies in France, and one of our hopefully one of our global roundtables will be based in Paris, and Christelle is already doing some outreach with some of those organisations. I think one of the other things that we're doing is some of the professional accountancy organisations have actually done a bit of analysis on the market and where non-professional accountants are, or sorry, people who are not professional accountants are used to deliver these engagements. But I have to say, it's something that we're having to get an understanding of quite quickly. And we know, for instance, from some of the correspondence and some of the exchanges that we've had with national standard setters in Australia and New Zealand, how the approach there has developed quite quickly. And there has been some outreach as well to organisations like ISO that offer a certification for different types of information. So I can tell you that there are lots of moving parts, but it's going to take some more engagement really to fully appreciate the issues that we need to considerate and fold into the development of the code.
That's really interesting, Mark, because that's one of the topics on our next agenda is the use of external experts, because there's so many of them that are involved in this kind of work. So there's some real parallels in what we're doing and some real advantages of working together as we move forward. I just wanted to make a comment as the chair of the task force on sustainability. We are really keen to keep working with IAASB and to make sure that all the work we do is in parallel. since we talked about corresponding members, we've taken a slightly different approach to doing our work, and now we have a very, very large team. In fact, it's been dubbed the army in these conversations this week. There's so many of us. So whilst we want to make sure we work together, the idea of corresponding members may not quite work for us at present. So I just want to say we're really keen to set something up that works. But some of our previous discussions might have to be slightly realigned over the next little while. But as we do that, we really are keen to keep this correspondence between us going, to keep the communication, and to make sure that our work and your work is in parallel and we learn from one another. So, and nothing I have heard this afternoon suggests to me that we aren't in parallel and that we aren't going to work together well. So many thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, Lynn. And you know, I'd only echo what you say there. You know, we also share that view. Really important that we're aligned and we're coordinated. And one of the things I think we're all learning quite quickly as we pick up the projects in IAASB is that this is going to mean that we work possibly in a very different way to ways that we've worked before. But we're open to that, and we need to make sure what we've got works.
You know, one of the things that comes to mind when I hear about the outreach to non-audit practitioners is the potential for us to have coordinated outreach as appropriate. It's hard enough to reach different groups, and also conscious that we're sort of putting together a package as well together. And I'm not gonna tie our hands together on this one yet, but there may be ways I think we should let the project teams think about when it's appropriate to do some coordinated outreach. The worst thing would be is like us to hold round tables a couple of weeks apart, basically targeting the same people as well. And so just thinking that, and maybe Billy, and you could think about that with Ken as well, to what extent that makes sense.
I think that would be really good if we could, Tom. And I think that we have a conversation with Ken hopefully next Thursday, which should be really to try and look at the options for delivering roundtables and what they would cover. And it would be great if we could look to develop those in a way that coordinates with the IAASB as well, and of course demonstrates to our stakeholders that, you know, this is a seamless consideration of the various components of reporting, assurance, thinking about the ethical and independence considerations that cut across both.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom, and thank you, Mark. I think the direction of travel for IAASB and the joint efforts going forward are quite critical. I'm focused on the current non-practitioners, particularly the consulting firms, in terms of your reach out. Do they want IAASB to include them in the ethical and independent standards? I mean, I think that's part of it. And the reason I say that is I did have the opportunity to have the IFAC presentation last week, where it was quite clear the non-practitioners there were required to use some kind of ethical framework and chose none. So I'd be interested in the why they chose none. So I think I think the outreach is critical in determining what would be most effective in having the non-practitioners use the IAASB framework, but if not the IAASB framework, what framework? Because I understand the standards now are written that it must be a framework, not necessarily the IAASB framework. And then my other question is from an outreach perspective. I presume it'll include regulators or the country jurisdictions on how, because it's not in the remit of the IAASB or IASB to regulate or check that anybody's actually using it. And that's why I thought the IFAC study was quite interesting. So if you wouldn't mind reflecting on that, that would be great. And thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you. And it's you raise a really interesting question. And we are getting different messages come through different engagements. So for example, in the European Union, as the EU has got through the process to finalise the CSRD, they have chosen to very closely align the model that they developed through the EU audit regulation and directive for sustainability. So you're almost having an alignment of the requirements for a statutory audit to an engagement for sustainability. And that brings with it a recognition perhaps of a comparable high bar in terms of ethics that apply in those engagements. We saw in the SEC's consultation that the SEC recognised that there were different providers that would carry out this work, but the steer in their consultation is, of course, the independence requirements in the SEC rules also require that high bar. I think, I'm almost sort of slightly more sort of agnostic about what providers are saying, because the very strong message that's coming to us from the regulatory community is they want to see a high standard of ethics and independence applied to these engagements. And of course, IASB has done quite a lot of benchmarking work, and we've demonstrated that the code does provide a high bar. And we should be proud of that, and we should push the code as a solution to the ethical challenge that applies. And I also think, sort of in a slightly different way, I sit as an audit committee chair away from my day job, and I think if I was commissioning someone who wasn't a professional accountant or auditor to provide me with a sustainability related engagement or a piece of sustainability assurance, I would want to set within my letter of engagement process a requirement to use an appropriate ethical standard. And I think, recognizing the position of where we are with the CSRD, I would want that to be the code. But then again, I would say that, wouldn't I? But I do think that's coming across very strongly from the regulatory community. And ultimately, as you say, it will be a matter for jurisdictions as to where they want to go. But I'm very keen that we go out to stakeholders offering the code as that high bar and demonstrating how we have been flexible in providing a product that can be applied in these types of engagements.
Okay, any other observations, comments? Well, this has been very helpful, Mark. And it's clear that you guys were hard at work last week as well. And so
yes,
congratulations to IASB for as much progress as they made in a short period of time. And congratulations to you for your successful leadership of the effort till now. And we hope, recognizing it's later in the day there, I wish you well and have a good rest of the evening. And
yeah,
we'll
thank you,
speak to you
Tom.
soon.
And obviously we look forward to our continuing engagement with you and the rest of the board as we take forward this project.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks.
Okay.
Bye.
We're gonna close the public session of the meeting for today. So Michelle and Armand, can you tell me when the meeting is down? Thank you for all the observers for following us today.